There's a part of the sea along the coast of South Africa where the winds are known to change without warning, where the ocean currents converge and stir the water, forming long, slow spirals. It is here, in the treacherous stretch between Durban and Cape Town, where a ship once disappeared without a trace, without distress signals, without survivors, without remains, only silence. And to this day, more than 100 years later, the sea continues to keep its secret. This is the story of the SS Wara, often called the Titanic of the South, a ship that should never have disappeared. And yet it did. The Wara was not just any ship. Built in 1908 in Glasgow by the Blue Anchor Line, it was a marvel of its time, a passenger and cargo steamship 150 meters long, equipped with luxurious cabins and large dining rooms. Its design was elegant and its structure solid. It was destined to be the future of colonial travel between England and Australia, calling at African ports along the way. It could carry more than 700 passengers and more than 6,000 tons of cargo, but in just over a year of service, it would become one of the sea's great mysteries. Its last trip began in July 1909. The Wara had called at Adelaide and Melbourne before heading to Durban, in South Africa. There it boarded additional passengers and supplies and set sail from Durban on July 26 bound for Cape Town, with more than 200 people on board. Crew, families, businessmen, and immigrants, many of them bound for England. Alongside it sailed the Clan McIntyre, a cargo ship following a similar course. For several hours after setting sail, the two ships remained in sight of each other. The Wara, with its two large chimneys visible on the horizon, left a trail of black smoke in the sky. Then, at some point on the second day, a storm broke, the clouds thickened, the wind grew stronger, and suddenly the Wara disappeared. The crew of the Clan McIntyre remained alert, waiting to see the Wara reappear once the storm had passed, but there were no distress signals, no flares, only the constant rhythm of the waves. Hours passed, and then days, and concern turned to alarm. Ships were sent from Cape Town, and the Royal Navy joined the search. Hundreds of kilometers of ocean were tracked, but nothing was found, not a single remnant. Speculation quickly arose. Some believed that the Wara had been caught by a sudden cyclone and had capsized. Others suspected an engine failure or a fire. Rumors of structural instability spread. Whispers from former passengers claimed that the ship had a strange way of swaying, too heavy at the top, as if it were unbalanced. There were even stories of a nervous atmosphere on board. Reportedly, a woman disembarked in Durban refusing to continue, saying that she had a feeling of cold fear that she could not explain. Dozens of searches were organized over the years, in the 1970s and again in the 1990s. Sonar scans and deep-sea dives were carried out to locate the remains, but the Wara was never found. Not a single lifeboat, no debris washed up by the sea, as if the sea simply opened its arms and swallowed it. And so it remains a ghost ship, not only because it disappeared, but because it refuses to be fully remembered. Families mourned their loss. Researchers speculated, but the sea remained silent. What makes the story of the Wara remain in the imagination is not only the disappearance, but the feeling that it was predestined, that something was wrong even before setting sail, that feeling of inevitability, that silence before the wave arrives. People now speak of the Wara as they speak of the Mary Celeste or the Flying Dutchman, a name that evokes not only tragedy, but also an enigma. And perhaps most disturbing of all is the idea that the Wara did not sink, but was hijacked. Some locals believe that the waters off the coast of South Africa, that the South African coasts are cursed, that ships that pass through there are sometimes dragged into another realm, a fold in time or space. There are ancient stories of the Zulu people about a shadowy sea that runs parallel to ours, where the dead sail eternally, always at the edge of sight. Perhaps the Wara is there now, advancing through the fog, with the dining room still lit and the passengers sitting for a dinner that never ends, but that a single ship, a single name on a long list of boats that disappeared in calm seas, and, while some stories fade over time, others resonate more strongly, stories of splintered hulls, and ghostly survivors of the remains found decades later on shores across the world. There are still many stories to tell. Part 2. The Curse of the Carl Deering, a ghost ship that returned empty in the cold dawn of January 31st, 1921. The Coast Guard station of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, spotted something strange in the water. A tall and strangely still schooner was aground on Diamond Shores, a treacherous stretch of sandbanks known to sailors as the graveyard of the Atlantic. The ship looked battered but intact. The sails were hoisted and waving in the wind. The sea was calm, but there were no signs, no movements, no signs of life. That ship was the Carl A. Deering. When rescue teams were finally able to board a few days later, what they found inside left them frozen. The ship was completely deserted. There was no trace of the captain, the crew, or even a struggle. The navigation instruments, the logbook, the rudder, the lifeboats were missing. In the kitchen, there was food prepared but never eaten. It was as if the crew had simply disappeared, leaving the ship adrift. The Carl A. Deering had sailed from Norfolk, Virginia, in August 1920 bound for Rio de Janeiro in a cargo of coal. Her captain was William H. Merritt, an experienced sailor, but he became ill at the beginning of the voyage and was replaced by Captain W.B. Worrell. Along with him were 10 crew members, mostly Danish and Finnish, and a first mate named Charles McLean. From the beginning, reports suggested that there was tension between Wormel and McLean in Barbados. Reportedly, the first mate complained bitterly about the captain, even saying that he would kill him before it was all over. But regardless of the frictions that existed on board, the Deering completed its mission and delivered the coal on its trip north. On January 28, 1921, it was sighted by a Coast Guard vessel off Cape Lookout, North Carolina. A man, who was not the captain, called the Coast Guard ship operator and reported that the vessel had lost its anchors, something strange. The crew member who called the Coast Guard ship was not identified and did not seem to know standard nautical protocol. The operator of the light ship took note, but was unable to report the strange communication because his radio was not working due to storm damage. That was the last known contact with the Deering before it was found aground on Diamond Shoals, with the decks empty and the lifeboats missing. The United States government launched an immediate investigation involving the FBI, the Navy, and even the Treasury Department. Theories sprang up from everywhere. Some believed the cause had been a mutiny, others suspected piracy, especially since several other ships in the region had also disappeared around that time. The wildest theories pointed to rum smugglers from the Prohibition era or even Soviet sabotage, but the most disturbing explanations were not conspiratorial. They were elementary. Cape Hatteras had long been a place of lost ships and strange events. Sailors told stories of ghostly lights in the fog, voices on the wind, and ships disappearing as if dragged by something invisible. The diamond shales, in particular, had earned a fearsome reputation known as the bottom change, an unstable seabed that was said to be cursed, a place where the laws of the sea were broken. The last hours of the Deering's last hours remain a mystery. If there was a mutiny, there should be some evidence, bloodstains, signs of struggle, even a corpse, but there was nothing. If pirates had seized the ship, why did they leave it virtually intact? Why did they leave the crew's personal effects untouched in their cabins? And if the crew simply abandoned ship due to a storm or technical failure, why did they do so in a calm sea, with the food still hot on the stove? One of the most compelling theories involved a hurricane that had passed through the area shortly before the Deering was found. Perhaps the storm had diverted the vessel from its course, and the crew, believing the ship was doomed, had taken to the lifeboats, but no lifeboats or corpses were found either. Nothing floated ashore, no one was rescued. There was another strange coincidence around the same time. Another vessel, the SS Hewitt, disappeared on the same route without a trace. The United States government considered the possibility that the two disappearances were related, but no link could ever be proven. The Deering was eventually declared unsalvageable and deliberately burned at sea. Its holds were set on fire, and it was left to sink into the Atlantic. However, its story refused to disappear for years. The inhabitants of the Outer Banks reported strange lights at sea, always near diamond shores. Fishermen swore they had seen a five-masted schooner drifting in the early morning fog, disappearing as they approached. Some claimed to hear ghostly voices calling from the waves. Children grew up with the warning not to go near the coast at night, or the ghosts of the Deering's crew would come for them. There is something chilling about a ship returning empty, something unfinished. It suggests not only a loss, but an interruption, a life interrupted mid-sentence. The Carol A. Deering remains one of the most enduring maritime mysteries in United States history. Its story is preserved in government archives, in coastal folklore, and in whispered legends. And although many explanations have been offered over the years, some rational, others strange, none has fully revealed the truth, because sometimes the sea does not want to reveal its secrets, sometimes it prefers silence, and the Deering seems that it will remain one of those silences, drifting forever on the edge of memory. Part 3. The Last Voyage of the RMS Empress of Ireland. Long before the Titanic met its fate in the icy North Atlantic, there was another great ocean liner that suffered an equally devastating end. Less remembered, but no less tragic. Tragic. Its name was RMS Empress of Ireland, a proud ship of the Canadian Pacific Steamship Company built to carry passengers and mail across the Atlantic between Canada and Great Britain. Elegant, modern, and fast for its time, it was a beacon of transatlantic ambition, a floating cathedral of brass, iron, and glass. But on the night of May 28, 1914, the Empress of Ireland sank in the dark waters of the St. Lawrence River in a matter of minutes, taking with it more than 1,000 souls. What made the event even more tragic, even more disturbing, was how quickly everything happened and the silence with which history has tried to forget it. The Empress had sailed from the city of Quebec a few hours earlier, bound for Liverpool. On board were more than 1,400 people, including wealthy travelers, working-class immigrants, missionaries, and crew members. The mood was good as the ship sailed downriver in the early hours of the morning. At that time of year, the San Lorenzo could be enveloped in a sudden fog, a very familiar danger to sailors. That fog became dense and fast. Just before dawn, the visibility was reduced to zero, and it was ordered to reduce speed by half, and then stop completely. Captain Henry Kendall listened carefully to the sirens of other ships, his eyes fixed on the fog, and suddenly, out of the fog, emerged the light of another ship, dangerously close and approaching at an angle. It was the Storad, a Norwegian freighter loaded with coal, a sturdy ship with a reinforced hull. Both ships tried to maneuver to avoid the inevitable, but it was too late. The Storad rammed the starboard side of the Empress, opening an open wound below the waterline. The impact was low and fatal. Water entered at a terrifying speed, and, in a matter of seconds, the compartments began to flood. The ship listed heavily, throwing passengers from their beds. Those who had stayed awake, still dressed, were luckier. Those who slept below deck were less fortunate. Panic spread through the corridors. Crew members rushed to wake people up to launch the lifeboats, but there was almost no time. In 14 minutes, the Empress of Ireland had capsized and disappeared under the river. Of the more than 1,400 people on board, only 465 survived. The silence that followed was profound. The San Lorenzo River, calm once again, gave no indication that a large ocean liner had just disappeared into its depths. The survivors, many of them soaked and shivering, were rescued by the same ship that had hit them, the Storstad, and by local boats that came to the scene. In the following days, the tragedy made headlines in Canada and Great Britain. Investigations were carried out, accusations and testimonies. Captain Kendall, a respected officer, insisted that the Storad was to blame for turning in the wrong direction in the fog. The Norwegian crew claimed the opposite. No one could say for sure what had really happened, and the accounts of both ships contradicted each other. Finally, the blame fell on the Storad, but the sentence did not serve to heal the wounds left by the catastrophe. Among the deceased were more than 100 members of the Salvation Army, traveling to a conference in London. Their band, Instruments and banners were later found entangled among the wreckage. Several children were pulled from the river. Days later, entire families disappeared and their names were engraved only on the stones of the riverside memorials. However, in the collective memory of maritime tragedies, the Empress of Ireland gradually faded, eclipsed by the fame of the Titanic 2 years earlier and by the horrors that loomed with the First World War. But under the San Lorenzo, its history remains. The wreckage was discovered shortly after the sinking, resting on its starboard side, in cold and dark silt of the riverbed. Over the years, divers have explored its remains, navigating narrow corridors and collapsed decks. Inside they found shoes still carefully placed near the bed frames, rusted dishes arranged on the tables, and even diaries sealed in waterproof bags that somehow survived the pressure and the decades. For many, the Empress of Ireland is not just a shipwreck, it is a tomb. There is something especially disturbing about the fact that such a large ship could be lost so close to shore in a river instead of in the open sea. It breaks the illusion of security and reminds us that, even in known waters, the sea can take what it wants. Survivors describe the night as surreal. One moment, there was laughter and music in the halls, and the next, screams and cold, black water rising through the corridors. One woman, a flight attendant named Annie Tremble, later described how she was thrown from her bunk, ran barefoot through a flooded hallway, and squeezed through a porthole as the ship swayed. She clung to a piece of debris until daylight, watching shoes, furniture, and bodies float silently. She never sailed again. In the years since, the Empress has become a magnet for divers and maritime historians. Its history, although quieter than others, is no less shocking. A reminder that tragedy does not always prevail. Sometimes it comes in the form of a low siren in the fog, a distant light that fades, or the cold stillness of water swallowing steel. She was the pride of the Canadian Pacific Fleet, sailing elegantly, carrying stories, dreams, hopes, and then disappeared. Without fanfare, without a radio distress call, only the sound of running water and the sudden absence of what had been. But the sea remembers, and somewhere in the murky depths of the San Lorenzo, the Empress of Ireland continues to sleep, with her hull groaning softly in the current, her decks in silence, and her corridors resonating with voices silenced long ago. Its story is a story of loss, of human fragility, and of how even the most powerful ships can disappear in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only ripples and questions. Part 4. The disappearance of the HMS Erebus and the Terror, lost in the ice of the Arctic, where the sun disappears for months and the wind whispers through the ice fields like ancient ghosts. 2 British ships once sailed into the unknown and were never seen again, or at least not for a long time. The disappearance of the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror remains one of the most disturbing maritime stories ever told. They were not normal ships, but symbols of imperial pride and scientific ambition. Yet they were swallowed by the cold silence of the Northwest Passage. The year 1845 was passing. Sir John Franklin, an experienced Arctic explorer who was approaching 60 years old, was chosen to lead the most ambitious expedition that Great Britain had ever undertaken, to find the elusive sea route through the Arctic that would connect the Atlantic with the Pacific, the legendary Northwest Passage. The prize was huge, a new trade route and national prestige. Franklin's ships were equipped with the latest technologies. The Erebus and the Terror were refitted as bomber ships, with their hulls reinforced for the Arctic ice and their decks full of coal, food, and equipment for a trip of several years. They carried more than 120 men on board, a complete crew that included scientists, naval officers, and sailors, all of them trained, sure of themselves, and with the firm intention of returning, but they never did. The expedition set sail from England in May 1845 and made a brief stop in Greenland, where several crew members disembarked due to illness and sent letters to their homes. The ships were last seen by European whalers in Baffling Bay in late July, moored to an iceberg and waiting for better conditions to move west, entering the labyrinth of Arctic islands. After that, they vanished. At first, no one worried, as the expedition was expected to last several years. But in 1848, with no news, the British Admiralty launched search missions for more than a decade. Dozens of ships tracked the Arctic in search of any trace of Franklin. Rewards were offered, rumors circulated, and the testimonies of the Inuit pointed to hunger and madness. Little by little, a terrible story began to emerge. Scattered relics were found along the west coast of King William Island. Cutlery engraved with the officers' initials, a pair of boots, torn cloth, notes hidden in cans. One of the notes, dated April 1847, was hopeful. Franklin was still alive. The ships were wintering in good condition. But a second note, added a year later in frantic handwriting, told a darker story. Franklin had died. The ships had been abandoned, and the survivors were trying to walk south toward the Canadian mainland, hundreds of kilometers across the ice and tundra. None of them survived. The stories of the Inuit, the stories passed from generation to generation, spoke of white men dragging sleds across the thin and uneven ice, some driven mad by hunger, spoke of ships trapped in the ice, slowly crushed, with a mass protruding like broken bones over the snow. There were rumors of cannibalism confirmed decades later by forensic studies of the recovered bones, with cut marks indicating desperate attempts to survive. It was not the noble death of the explorers. It was slow, cold, and terrible. And then, for more than a century, silence. The Erebus and the Terror became ghost ships in the TR, lost in the fog, with an unknown destiny. The expeditions continued the search, but the Arctic kept its secret well. Some even believed that the ships had sunk in the high seas and would never be seen again. But in 2014, almost 170 years after their disappearance, a major breakthrough occurred thanks to the use of sonar scanners and the oral histories of the Inuit. A Canadian expedition discovered the remains of the Erebus in a shallow bay off the coast of King William Island. 2 years later, the Terror was also found, almost perfectly preserved in the icy waters of Terror Bay, with the decks intact and the hull upright on the seabed, as if waiting to sail again. The discovery astonished the world. Cameras sent inside revealed boots still resting next to the bunks, dishes neatly stacked on shelves, and windows overlooking the eternal darkness. It was as if time had stopped the moment the ice enveloped them. The cold had preserved their story in silence. However, even with the wrecks discovered, some questions remain. Why were the ships moved from where they were abandoned? Did some of the men try to return to the ships later, hoping to refloat them? Why were the ships so far south of their last known positions? What really happened during those last days when the Arctic night closed in and hope began to fade? There's a special kind of fear in stories like this, not because of sudden violence or disasters caused by storms, but because of the slow crumbling of men trapped in a place they could not understand, surrounded by cold that never ended and a silence that never answered. The Arctic did not kill them. With a single blow, it waited silently until determination turned into despair and despair into hopelessness. And during all that time, the ships also waited, silent in the ice, with sails lowered and decks abandoned, retaining the last moments of lives that today are a secret too heavy to tell. The Erebus and the Terror are protected sites as historical heritage, guarded by the Canadian government and the Inuit Guardians. They are monuments not only to exploration, but also to the price of arrogance and the fragility of human resilience. Still visit the region, flying over it by helicopter or rowing near the wreck sites, staring at the icy water in the hope of glimpsing the wood, the iron, the history frozen in place. Some say that the ships still whisper at night, with their timbers creaking in the currents that move under the ice, and that if you listen carefully on certain nights, when the wind dies down and the aurora borealis flickers green in the sky, you can hear the echoes of footsteps on wooden decks, voices shouting in the cold, and the mournful groan of the hulls trapped forever in the sea. It is a story that continues, a mystery that continues to reveal its pieces little by little, like the ice that melts under the weight of memory. The Erebus and the Terror were found, but the complete truth of their journey, the decisions, the fears, the last nights, may never come to light. They remain part of the Arctic, now part of its long breath and silence. Lost, and yet never completely gone. Part 5. The mystery of the SS Bachimo, the ship that refused to sink. In the shadowy pages of maritime legend, few stories are as haunting and enduring as that of the SS Bachimo, a ghost ship that defied all odds by surviving for decades in the icy Arctic waters without a crew. Its story is not one of violent catastrophe or sudden disaster, but of slow abandonment, inexplicable resilience, and repeated reappearances that left witnesses stunned and bewildered. It was a ship that simply refused to die. The Bachimo was a steel freighter built in Sweden in 1914 and originally named Andrommenelfen. During the First World War, it served in the Baltic before being acquired by the Hudson's Bay Company in 1921 and renamed Bachimo. It was then assigned to the Canadian Arctic, where it sailed the treacherous waters of the North Coast, transporting furs, goods, and supplies between isolated Inuit communities and trading posts from Vancouver to the Northwest Territories. For years, it defied ice-covered channels and brutal storms, becoming a lifeline for remote settlements. In 1931, the Bachimo was nearing the end of its intended useful life. That year, on what would be its last official voyage, it was trapped by ice near Barrow, Alaska, now known as Reykjavik, the northernmost city in the United States. He had just completed a trade route with the hold full of valuable skins when the winter ice closed sooner than expected. His captain, a man named Cornwell, and his crew were forced to unload part of the cargo and wait for it to thaw. But the Arctic is a kingdom without patience. The ice thickened rapidly with no hope of freeing the ship, so the Hudson Bay Company organized an emergency evacuation. Most of the crew were transferred by plane. A few men stayed behind in a nearby wooden shelter, determined to wait for an opportunity to recover the ship. Then the unthinkable happened. A violent snowstorm struck the region. When it subsided, the men returned to the ice, but the Bachimo had disappeared. It had simply vanished. At first they assumed it had sunk, swallowed by the storm, but days later an Inuit hunter reported that he had seen the ship adrift a few miles away, with the hull still standing and the sails half rolled up by the wind. The men located it and boarded despite the blows it had received from the storm. It was still afloat, but conditions were worsening and the ice was closing again. The decision was made to save what they could and abandon the rest. The Bachimo was left behind, doomed to its fate. However, the Bachimo refused to disappear. Over the next decades, yes, decades, the Bachimo was repeatedly sighted along the coasts of Alaska and the Canadian Arctic. Adrift with the ice, pushed by storms and tides, eluding capture or destruction. In 1933, it was sighted by a group of Inuit, still afloat and, curiously, intact. In 1939, a group of explorers boarded and found it full of ice and snow, but structurally in good condition. They were unable to tow it due to the weather. In the 1950s, it was sighted again drifting silently along the Beaufort Sea. It had the rusty hull and the partially collapsed superstructure, but it was unmistakable. No one could understand how the ship had lasted so long in such a hostile environment. The Arctic is relentless, and wooden ships, or steel ships, usually disappear in a few years, shattered by the ice, sunk by the storms, torn by time, but the Bachimo remained as a memory that the sea did not erase. Some believed it was cursed, others considered it lucky. For the Inuit communities, it became a symbol, a ghost that wandered without finding peace. Hunters and travelers saw it from time to time in the fog, a black silhouette gliding between the icebergs in the twilight. In the minds of many, it ceased to be a ship to become a living ghost in some strange way, which refused to be forgotten. In 1962, 31 years after being abandoned, a group of Inuit again reported seeing the Bachimo off the coast of Alaska. By then, it was nothing more than a drifting skeleton of rust and weathered steel, but it was still floating. That same year, the government of Alaska considered rescuing it as a historical artifact, but when the rescue team arrived, it had disappeared once more. Since then, there have been no confirmed sightings of the Bachimo. Did it finally sink under the ice? Did it break into pieces in some distant storm? Or is it still adrift in the vast and unknown expanses of the Arctic Ocean? Its wreck has never been found. No sonar has discovered its remains. It may still be out there, buried in the snow, resting silently under the ice or slowly rusting away in some forgotten fjord, but its legend lives on. The Beichimo is a reminder of the deep patience of the sea, that not all endings are immediate, that not all ghosts are made of flesh and blood. Some, like her, are made of riveted steel and slow time, an eternal drift between life and loss. It is one of the few ships in maritime history that crossed the line between the real and the mythical. It was not a simple tale, nor an invention of sailors. Its registry existed, its logbooks were written. Men whose descendants still remember them walked on its decks, and yet its history has the weight and cadence of folklore. An unmanned ship that wandered the Arctic for 30 years, seen and lost again, always out of reach. If you ever find yourself standing on the bow with the wind howling in the tundra and the fog coming from the gray horizon, look through the ice. Some say that in certain seasons, when the water is calm and the light is right, a black silhouette appears with tattered sails and an empty deck, moving against the current as if following a course that only she remembers. The Beichimo may have disappeared or may still be waiting. Part 6. The Legend of the Octavius, a ship frozen in time among all the legendary ghost ships that are whispered in the cabins of sailors and scribbled on the margins of maritime laws. Few stories give as much chill as that of the Octavius, a ship found adrift in the Arctic, perfectly preserved by the ice, with its crew frozen in place, trapped in a moment that had long since disappeared from the outside world. Whether an embellished report of the truth or absolute fiction, the legend of the Octavius has endured for more than 2 centuries, whispered with a silent reverence reserved only for the most disturbing maritime stories. The story begins in 1775, when a fishing boat known as the Herald was sailing through the icy waters of the west coast of Greenland. The whalers on board scanned the icy sea for signs of movement, such as a whale's spout or a moving piece of ice, when something strange appeared on the horizon. A ship adrift, silent, with tattered sails hanging limp from the masts, aimless and with an unnatural silence. As the Herald approached, it became clear that the ship, later identified by the marks on the stern as the Octavius, was abandoned, or at least that is what the whalers assumed. They sent a boarding party, who carefully stepped on the deck, slippery with frost and in an unsettling silence. The ship did not respond to shouts or knocks. No smoke came out of the chimneys, and no light was seen inside. They cautiously descended to the lower decks, with lanterns in their hands to protect themselves from the shadows. The cold was intense, even through their thick coats. The scene they encountered was something they would never forget. In it, they found a man sitting at a desk, with a pen in his hand, frozen, with his head slightly tilted down, as if he was still lost in his thoughts. Around him were pages from the ship's navigation log, brittle from the cold, some fluttering slightly in the Arctic breeze. Behind him, sitting in chairs and bunk beds, were the remains of the crew, all frozen in their final positions. Some seemed asleep, huddled under blankets. Others were in the middle of some task, with tools still in their hand. It was said that a man was frozen in the kitchen, with his hands outstretched as if he were warming himself by a fire that had long since gone out. The boarding party, stunned and restless, only took the logbook and what they could salvage and returned to their ship. No one dared to stay on board any longer than necessary. The Octavius seemed to have become something more than just a ship. It was a relic, adrift in the sea, a time capsule sealed by the cold, untouched by the world for years. But the mystery deepens according to the recovered navigation logbook. The Octavius had set sail from England in 1761 bound for China, where it arrived successfully, completed its cargo voyage, and departed the following year to return home. But then, as the diary entries became scarce and hurried, a chilling note appeared. The captain had decided to attempt a shortcut home through the Northwest Passage. At that time, the Northwest Passage was the dream of cartographers and the nightmare of all sailors. Very little was known of the region. beyond the stories of ice fields that stretched for kilometers, changing shape without warning and swallowing ships that dared to sail through it. It was playing with fate. However, the captain of the Octavius tried anyway. The last entry in the navigation log was dated November of 1762. If we believe the account, the Octavius had been trapped in the Arctic ice for more than 13 years before, being discovered in 1775. And this is where the story becomes almost too strange to believe. It was said that the ship had completed the Northwest Passage while frozen, slowly dragged by the ice and current from the eastern side of the Arctic to the west, where it was found adrift near Greenland. If this detail were true, the Octavius would be the first ship to complete the Northwest Passage, although no one survived to claim that achievement. But, as with many stories of the sea, separating reality from folklore is difficult, since there is no verified maritime record of an Octavius of that time, and the original logbook, the alleged proof, was never officially filed. Some historians believe that the story may originate in a distorted version of another real event, the discovery of the globe, another ship found adrift in Arctic waters with its crew dead from cold exposure. Even so, the legend of the Octavius has taken on a life of its own and has become one of those maritime stories that resist resolution, an account repeated so many times and with such conviction that it blurs the line between truth and myth. Perhaps it is because in some chilling way, the story seems so plausible. The Arctic is vast and relentless. It hides countless shipwrecks under its ice. It does not easily reveal its secrets. And the idea of a ship sailing in that cold silence, becoming trapped and drifting slowly year after year until it emerges again as a ghost, seems entirely in keeping with the brutal logic of the sea. If the Octavius existed, then somewhere under the Arctic ice, it may still be resting there. In many ways, it is the definitive story of a ghost ship. There were no cries for help, no visible struggle, no farewell letters scattered by the waves, just a drifting hull, intact and immutable, housing the inert bodies of a crew that never abandoned the ship, even if the Octavius never existed. The ocean is full of similar possibilities of silent, cold, and drifting ships that disappeared, crews that never returned, stories that emerge from the depths in whispers. The sea remembers everything, even if it never tells all. Seventh part. The doomed voyage of the General Grant, a shipwreck lost in time and gold. There are few shipwreck stories as steeped in mystery, disgrace, and lingering temptation as that of the General Grant, a ship that set sail with a fortune in gold and disappeared in the relentless waters of the Southern Ocean. For more than a century, treasure hunters, historians, and divers have tried to uncover its secrets, drawn not only by the promise of wealth, but also by the disturbing questions surrounding its last days. How did it disappear so completely? What really happened in the caves under the cliffs? And is its hidden and intact treasure still beneath the waves? The General Grant was a large American three-masted sailing ship built in Maine in the 1860s, named in honor of the Union general who would later become president. In 1866, it set sail for Melbourne, Australia, bound for London with a cargo of wool pelts, and, most notably, the exact amount of gold it carried on board remains a matter of debate, but according to most sources, it was significant, more than 2,500 ounces from the gold deposits of Victoria, some privately owned by passengers and crew, others sent by the colonial government. A fortune in any era and a shining prize that continues to attract attention to this day. On May 4th, 1866, the General Grant set sail for the vast expanse of the Southern Ocean, a region famous for its storms, unpredictable currents, and isolated islands. Its route took it near the subantarctic Auckland Islands, a desolate archipelago located more than 280 miles south of New Zealand, constantly battered by icy winds and waves that beat the cliffs into submission. The islands had no port, no settlements, no lighthouses, just towering headlands, wind-swept forests, and sea caves carved by centuries of relentless ocean waves. On the night of May 13th, as darkness fell and a storm broke, the General Grant suffered a catastrophe, whether due to miscalculation, faulty navigation, or a violent change in the current, the ship suddenly found itself drifting dangerously close to the western cliffs of the main Auckland Island. The sea churned, visibility decreased, and in a matter of seconds, it was thrown against the rocks and dragged into a narrow sea cave carved into the cliffs by centuries of force. What happened next was a surreal mix of horror and helplessness. Trapped inside the cavern, the ship's tall masts collided with the stone ceiling with each wave, and the masts repeatedly crashed against the cliff, collided with the low stone ceiling, and, with each wave, the masts repeatedly crashed against the rock, which cracked and splintered as the ship swayed back and forth, slowly beaten to death by the sea and the waves of stone that rushed into the cave, carrying debris, screaming passengers, and loose cargo. Those clinging to life aboard the wreck were plunged into a nightmare of crashing timbers and total confusion. There were 83 souls on board the General Grant, between passengers and crew, and only 15 ultimately survived when the ship broke apart in the darkness. The survivors scrambled onto the wreckage or managed to reach slippery ledges within the cave. The next morning, battered and half-crazed with cold, they made their way to the rocky shore beyond, but salvation did not await them there. The Auckland Islands were, and remain, remote and almost uninhabited still. In 1866, they offered no infrastructure, no means of rescue, or communication with the outside world. The survivors, now stranded in one of the most hostile environments on Earth, were left to face their fate. They recovered what they could from the remains that washed ashore. With wood and tarpaulins, they built rudimentary shelters, rationed food, hunted seals and birds, and endured harsh winters under the subantarctic winds. For more than a year and a half, they clung to life on the island, watching the horizon every day for a rescue that never came. It was not until November 1867, 18 months after the sinking of the General Grant, that a passing ship spotted smoke from the survivors' campfire. The remaining 10 survivors were rescued and taken to New Zealand safely. The others had perished from exposure, or from their wounds, or had disappeared into the island's jungle depths. But the story did not end with his rescue. In many ways, it was only beginning. News of the shipwreck and the gold it carried sparked immediate interest. The story spread like wildfire. Chests full of sovereigns, bags of nuggets hidden in passenger cabins, and government shipments. The value of the treasure was estimated at tens of thousands of pounds, a fortune in 19th century terms and easily equivalent to tens of millions today. Thus, treasure hunters arrived at the Auckland Islands. They faced the same challenges as the survivors: icy waters, treacherous waves, and a vast system of underwater caves that made diving operations almost impossible in the 19th century. With primitive equipment and limited diving technology, most efforts ended in failure. As the decades passed, technology improved, but the challenges remained even in the 20th century. The expeditions reported struggling against the fierce tides, erratic weather, and dangerous diving conditions. Many claim to have found parts of the wreck, pieces of wood, and iron hardware. Some even reported recovering small artifacts, but the gold remained elusive, as if the island guarded it with jealous determination. Then, as now, the debate persisted. Had the gold been washed into the sea? Was it buried under the sand and rocks? Was it still hidden in the depths of the underwater cave, protected by a labyrinth of stone and darkness? Or had it been secretly recovered by the first salvage crews that disappeared silently without reporting their findings? The story of the General Grant became something bigger than the shipwreck itself. It became a legend, not just a story of treasures, but a disturbing saga of isolation, survival, and the relentless nature of the sea. The survivors spoke of the psychological torment of waiting, of watching ship after ship pass without realizing their presence, with a friend slowly dying beside them, and of the cold, always the cold, that got into their bones and refused to let them forget where they were. Today, the Auckland Islands are a protected nature reserve managed by the New Zealand government. Visits are strictly controlled, and diving operations require a special permit. But still, every few years, a new expedition embarks equipped with sonar, submersibles, and hope determined to be the one that finally solves the enigma of the General Grant. Some are attracted by the potential fortune, others by the mystery. And perhaps that is what keeps this story alive. The idea that somewhere hidden in the icy waters under a cliff rests a ship frozen in time, with the masts missing and the decks rotten, but with its secrets still intact. The gold may or may not be real, but the General Grant is more than a treasure. It is a ghost of empire and ambition, a story engraved in the sea waiting for someone to finish it, and, until then, it waits in the dark. Part 8. The last voyage of the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror disappeared in the ice. The story of the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror is not just the story of two ships lost at sea. It is a tragic saga of exploration, ambition, and endurance taken beyond the limits of human survival. This is a story set in the coldest corners of the earth, where ice consumes iron, where the sun disappears for months, and where the silence is so deep that it feels like waiting. It is one of the most disturbing maritime mysteries in history. The Lost Franklin Expedition. It was the year 1845. The British Empire was at the height of its power. Steam engines were revolutionizing industry. Maps of the known world were being completed, and yet there remained a blank space. The Northwest Passage, a legendary sea route connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through the Arctic archipelago of northern Canada. It had eluded explorers for centuries and had claimed countless lives, but the Royal Navy was determined to map it once and for all. To achieve this feat, they commissioned two of the most formidable ships in their fleet, the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror. Both had recently been remodeled with reinforced hulls for navigation between ice and equipped with steam engines adapted from locomotives, a radical technology for the time. The ships carried provisions for several years, including canned food, coal, a library, and luxuries such as silverware and wine. The expedition was led by Sir John Franklin, a veteran Arctic explorer and national hero. With 129 officers and crew, the expedition was the most prepared and modern of its kind. The Erebus and the Terror set sail from Greenhithe, England, on May 19, 1845. Spirits were high, and a crowd said goodbye to them from England. The expedition crossed the Atlantic and stopped in Greenland to resupply, where 5 men were sent home due to illness. From there, the remaining 129 disappeared into the Arctic, never to return. For more than a decade, nothing was known about the expedition. The silence became unbearable, and the British public, which had previously been confident in its success, became anxious. In 1848, search teams were sent, which would continue in various forms for the next 2 decades. Dozens of ships scoured the Arctic, rewards were offered, and collected and analyzed, but no conclusive answers were found. Then, in 1859, a breakthrough occurred. A search team led by Francis McClintock found a small cairn on King William Island. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the first and only official written record left by the expedition. It revealed that both ships had become trapped in the ice in 1846, near the island where the note was found. They had remained trapped for more than a year. In April 1848, the 105 abandoned the ships and attempted to reach safety to the south. Sir John Franklin had died in June 1847, but that was only part of the story. What happened during those last 2 years in the ice? What conditions led the men to abandon the safety of their ships? How did so many perish in a place where others, such as the Inuit, had managed to survive for centuries? The answers were found in fragments of stories passed down by the Inuit, in bones scattered along the coast, and in abandoned camps preserved by the cold. Many of the skeletons showed signs of extreme malnutrition. Others showed signs of lead poisoning, possibly from poorly soldered cans, and some revealed horrific evidence of cannibalism, knife marks on the bones, and clean fractures to extract the marrow. These findings painted a picture of utter desperation. The march south was a journey to oblivion. The terrain was brutal, covered in snow and ice, without refuge or wildlife. The men themselves pulled sleds loaded with food, weapons, and belongings. As they died, they were buried in shallow graves, or abandoned where they fell, often frozen in their final posture. For more than 160 years, the location of the two ships remained one of maritime exploration's greatest unsolved mysteries. Search after search, no trace of them was found under the ice. Then, in 2014, the HMS Erebus was found by a team from Parks Canada, who, using side-scan sonar and information from the oral history of the Inuit, located the remains in the Gulf of Queen Maud, west of King William Island. It was surprisingly well preserved in shallow waters. The artifacts recovered from the site confirmed its identity beyond any doubt: brass buttons, tableware, and even a bell engraved with its name. 2 years later, in 2016, the HMS Terror was discovered 45 meters away in Terror Bay. Even more surprising was that it appeared to be in perfect condition. The hatches were closed, the windows intact, and the interior appeared untouched. It was as if it had been deliberately abandoned and sealed, a time capsule waiting to be opened. The discoveries rekindled interest in the Franklin expedition. More than a century of mystery had not tarnished the public's fascination. The wrecks offered the possibility of discovering long-lost diaries, preserved artifacts, and perhaps even human remains that could shed light on the last days of the men on board. However, the emotional weight of the story remains. These were not reckless adventurers, but trained sailors, scientists, cartographers, men who believed they were about to discover something magnificent. They did not die from a single misfortune, but from a slow series of catastrophes: a trapped ship, a failed escape attempt, disease, hunger, and cold. Today, the remains of the Erebus and the Terra are protected as national historic sites. Researchers work carefully to preserve the artifacts and respectfully study the remains. Inuit communities are heavily involved in the management of the sites, as their ancestors witnessed the final chapters of the expedition. The story of the Franklin expedition continues to evolve as new discoveries emerge. It is a reminder of the terrible beauty of exploration, the desire to know what lies beyond, the risks we take to pursue it, and the power of nature to preserve and erase. In the stillness of the Arctic, the ships now rest under clear, icy waters, their decks silent, their sails long gone, but within their timbers lie the echoes of voices, footsteps, laughter, and prayers. The Erebus and the Terror were lost, but their story was never forgotten, and now, thanks to the strange mercy of the sea, it is told once again. Strange mercy of the sea, it is told once again. Ninth part, the luxury that never arrived. The sinking of the RMS Republic. Among the vast collection of shipwrecks that sleep beneath the surface of our oceans, few arouse as much interest as the RMS Republic, not because of how it was lost, but because of what it may have taken with it to the bottom. In many ways, the Republic is a prelude to the Titanic, an opulent transatlantic liner modern for its time, proud and strong, which was sunk by a collision and forever shrouded in speculation. But unlike the Titanic, the story of the Republic has remained shrouded not only in tragedy, but in the persistent allure of lost gold. The RMS Republic was a steam ocean liner operated by the White Star Line, the same company that would later operate the Titanic. Launched in 1903, the Republic was the pride of the line's Boston service, a gleaming white ship 585 feet long, equipped with the latest technology and capable of carrying more than 2,000 passengers and crew. It was more than just a ship. It was a floating palace with luxurious interiors, electric lighting, and first-class amenities designed to attract the American elite and European aristocracy. On January 22, 1909, the Republic sailed from New York bound for Gibraltar and then Naples, Italy. On board were more than 750 passengers and crew, a mix of wealthy travelers, immigrants, and diplomatic figures. The trip was going to be calm, a routine crossing, but fate had other plans. In the early hours of January 23rd, south of Nantucket, the Republic entered a thick fog. In those days, there was no radar, and ships relied on lookouts and acoustic signals to navigate safely in conditions of poor visibility. At 5:40 in the morning, catastrophe struck. From out of the fog emerged another vessel, the Italian steamship SS Florida, heading for New York. Despite frantic efforts to slow down and change course, the two ships collided violently. The Florida, smaller and built with a reinforced bow to break ice, struck the Republic on her port side, tearing a huge hole below the waterline. The sound of the impact and the screech of metal woke the sleeping passengers, who rushed to the deck amid confusion and panic. Miraculously, the Republic did not sink immediately, as its construction was solid and its crew, trained in emergency procedures, acted quickly. Captain Inman Sebae, in command of the Republic, immediately took control of the situation and ordered all passengers to put on their life jackets and prepare for evacuation. Radio operator Jack Binns, whose name is now etched in maritime history, sent the CQD distress call, precursor to the SOS, using the Republic's new Marconi radio system. It was one of the first times this technology had been used to call for help, and the message was received by nearby ships, including the Baltic, another White Star Line ship. As the hours passed, the sea around the Republic filled with lifeboats. Despite the damage, the evacuation was carried out in an orderly manner, and the crew transferred the passengers to the Florida and, eventually, to the Baltic. By nightfall, the lives of most of the passengers had been saved, and only 6 people perished, a surprisingly low number given the severity of the collision. But while the passengers were being rescued and the Republic remained afloat, a new mission began. Captain Seabee and a reduced crew remained aboard, hoping to save the ship. Tugboats were dispatched from New York and worked with pumps to keep flooding at bay. The plan was to tow the Republic to safety, but at dawn, the damage proved too severe, the hull irreparable, and on the afternoon of January 24th, 1909, the Republic succumbed to the Atlantic, sinking beneath the waves about 50 kilometers south of Nantucket. Today, a sunken ocean liner in the Atlantic is not unusual. Many ships have met their end in those waters. What distinguishes the Republic is the enduring legend of what it was transporting. Rumors began almost immediately after its sinking. Some claimed that among the cargo in its vaults was a huge shipment of gold, perhaps up to $250,000 in 1909, which today would be worth more than $7 million, or even much more, according to some speculative calculations. Others murmured of an even larger amount, $3 to $4 million in gold coins, destined to pay the salaries of American military forces stationed in the Mediterranean. These stories, fueled by journalistic reports and survivor accounts, took on a life of their own over the following decades. Attempts were made to locate and recover the wreckage, but the sea guarded its secret. The waters south of Nantucket are very treacherous. The currents are strong, visibility is poor, and the quicksand buries and reveals the remains at random. It was not until the late 1980s and early 1990s that modern technology allowed explorers to rediscover the site of the shipwreck. Sonar scanners confirmed the location of the Republic, and deep water dives began in earnest. However, despite locating the ship, the chamber containing the gold remained elusive. It is said to be buried under tons of collapsed structure, possibly under steel beams, decks, and rusted machinery. Treasure hunters have not been discouraged over these years. Countless expeditions have visited that site. Some claim to have recovered valuable artifacts. Others have recovered pieces of the ornate interior of the ship, such as cutlery and tiles, but the gold, if it ever existed, has never been found. Legal battles have broken out over salvage rights, with conflicting claims and court orders slowing the efforts. The ship remains at 270 feet deep, its hull slowly disintegrating in the cold Atlantic, guarded not only by the sea, but also by the weight of bureaucracy and uncertainty. Skeptics argue that the story of the gold is exaggerated, a myth that arose from a few lines in a manifesto or perhaps from a misinterpreted rumor. However, believers point to the specificity of the claims, the accounts of crew members, and the secrecy surrounding the ship's cargo. It is noteworthy that the United States government has never confirmed nor denied the existence of gold, further adding to the mystery. In the end, the story of the Republic is not so much about treasure as it is about the allure of what we cannot see in the depths that silently guard our past. The ship is still there, broken but proud, a century after its final voyage. Its dining rooms, which once resonated with laughter and the clinking of glasses, and its corridors, which once carried the footsteps of diplomats, businessmen, immigrants, and sailors, are now home to fish and the whisper of currents. Regardless of whether the gold exists or not, the Republic has already left a legacy far more valuable than any coin. It demonstrated the saving power of wireless communications, highlighted the heroism and discipline of a well-run crew, and left us with a mystery, one that continues to awaken our imagination long after the headlines fade. Somewhere under the waves, in the cold darkness of the Atlantic, it waits, not for rescue or redemption, but perhaps for someone to turn the legend into reality. Part 10. The Curse of the Octavius, a ghost ship frozen in time. In the long and chilling history of lost ships, few stories have reached the same level of haunting fascination as that of the Octavius, a legend that sails to the limits of the plausible, anchored in fragments of truth, whispers of sailors, and the enduring power of a ghost story. The Octavius was not a warship or an ocean liner, nor a ship of any national importance. By all accounts, it was a simple merchant ship, and yet its story has resonated across generations, not for what it carried, but for how it was found, perfectly preserved, adrift in the polar seas, with its entire crew frozen in time. The story begins in 1761, when the Octavius, a three-masted schooner, set sail from England bound for the trading ports of the East. Reportedly, its cargo was mundane, textiles, metal goods, and other commercial products. Its journey was expected to last several months, following the well-traveled route around the Cape of Good Hope eastward. At the helm was a captain described as bold, calm, and respected. He not only took his crew with him, but also his wife and young son, an unusual and risky decision for such a long and dangerous journey. However, nothing in the initial part of the trip was particularly extraordinary. The following year, the ship arrived at its destination in China, completed its commercial mission without incident, and began the return journey. But instead of taking the longer and safer route around the southern tip of Africa, the captain made a fateful decision. He would attempt the Northwest Passage. At that time, the legendary northern route between the Atlantic and the Pacific through the Arctic archipelago of Canada was largely unexplored and considered almost impossible due to thick sea ice, unpredictable weather, and narrow straits. Many had tried and many had failed, but the reward for success was enormous, a much shorter route home that promised riches and glory. So the Octavius turned north into uncharted waters and disappeared from all history. Years passed, no news was heard, no sighting. The Octavius was declared lost, like so many other ships before it. Most assumed it had succumbed to the ice, trapped and crushed like so many other wooden ships that dared to defy the polar sea. For more than a decade, the name Octavius faded into oblivion. But in 1775, a British whaler named the Herald encountered a strange sight in the icy waters west of Greenland. The sea was calm, the fog was dense, and visibility was poor as the Herald cautiously sailed between drifting icebergs and patches of fog. The lookout spotted a silhouette emerging from the haze, a silent, ghostly, drifting ship. As they approached, it became clear that this was not a modern ship. Its sails were tattered, bleached by sun and salt, and the rigging hung loose in some places and was frozen in others. The hull showed signs of age and wear, but was not broken. The ship was adrift, not wrecked but intact. The boarding team of the Herald approached cautiously and hailed the ghost ship, but there was no response. The decks were eerily silent, and the air around the ship felt colder than normal. Some hesitated, others went ahead, overcoming their fear and curiosity, and went on board. There they found what has become one of the most disturbing scenes in maritime history. The deck of the ship was covered by a thin layer of ice, as if frost had taken over it again and again. Snow covered the wood, but there were no footprints to mar it. Below deck, the sailors discovered the crew, or what was left of it. Frozen bodies, sitting at the tables, lying in the bunks, some still at their jobs, with no signs of struggle nor blood, nor violence, just an unsettling silence, as if everyone had fallen asleep never to wake up in The story became even more chilling. On a wooden desk, still sitting upright, was the captain himself, with rigid hands, one holding a pen and the other resting on a worn leather logbook. His face, they said, was calm, with closed eyes and a coat over his shoulders. His wife and son were nearby, also frozen, wrapped in blankets, with imperturbable expressions, without pain or fear. The logbook told the last fragments of the story of the Octavius. The last entry was dated November 11th, 1762, 13 years before the ship was found. The coordinates listed in the entry placed the Octavius deep in the Canadian Arctic, far west of where it now floated. This meant, if the story is believed, that the ship had become trapped in the ice somewhere in the Northwest Passage, and that, over the years, it had drifted, locked in an iceberg or ice floe, eastward through thousands of kilometers of frozen sea until it was finally released and drifted near Greenland. The crew of the Herald did not delay. They took the logbook and left the rest untouched, fearful of disturbing the supernatural force that had taken over the ship. Some believed it was cursed. Others, simply that it was too tragic to bear. They returned to their ship and watched as the Octavius went back into the fog, until it was swallowed once more by the polar sea. Since that day, the Octavius has never been seen again. Skeptics, of course, have tried to discredit the story. There are no official records of a ship named Octavius sailing to China in 1761. In the British naval records that are preserved, the logbook of the Herald has never been found. Some argue that the story is an invention, a ghost story intended to entertain or scare. Others believe that the story may be a distorted version of another similar event, perhaps a mixture of several shipwrecks into a single dramatic legend. However, the consistency of the account passed down from generation to generation, told and retold in hushed tones by sailors, whalers, and Arctic explorers, has kept it alive. The image of Captain Penn, still serene about his last entry, has become one of the most disturbing in all nautical folklore. It is the kind of story that stays etched in the mind. The silence, the icy stillness, the feeling that time has stopped. Perhaps it will never be known what really happened to Octavius. Perhaps it never existed, or perhaps it did, but with another name. Or perhaps it is still adrift under the Arctic stars, moving slowly with the ice, with its crew still at their posts, preserved by the cold, watching the centuries pass in perfect stillness. The sea keeps its secrets, and some stories, real or not, resonate more strongly than the truth. Part 11. The last voyage of the SS Valencia, a shipwreck that shook the Pacific coast. Few shipwrecks along the rugged west coast of North America, the rugged west coast of North America, have left such a deep mark of pain, confusion, and ghostly rumors as the wreck of the SS Valencia. It is a tragedy steeped not only in misfortune and human error, but also in strange sightings, unanswered questions, and a legacy that continues to disturb sailors and historians more than a century later. The last voyage of the Valencia was brief, but what happened during those desperate days of January 1906 still resonates among the waves of Vancouver Island and, if the stories are believed, in the sea fog itself. The SS Valencia was a passenger steamship built in 1882, originally intended for the Atlantic run. It was not the most elegant or fastest ship, but it was robust and capable, with a steel hull and wooden superstructure. The Valencia was a workhorse that regularly covered routes between San Francisco and the ports of the Pacific Northwest. At that time, traveling by steamship was still considered daring and grandiose, but also dangerous. Maritime safety regulations were in their infancy, and navigation along the west coast of North America was especially difficult due to the rugged coastlines, strong Pacific currents, and erratic weather conditions. On January 20th, 1906, the Valencia sailed from San Francisco, bound for Seattle. On board were about 170 people, including crew and passengers, a mixture of businessmen, immigrants, women, and children. In the early hours of January 23rd, around midnight, disaster struck. The Valencia ran aground near Pachena Point on Vancouver Island. The impact was violent, throwing passengers from their bunks and awakening the crew with the horrible realization that they had missed the entrance to the Juan de Fuca Strait and had crashed into one of the most dangerous stretches of the Pacific coast, known as the Pacific Graveyard. The region had already claimed dozens of ships. It was a place of breaking waves, steep cliffs, and inaccessible beaches, a death trap for any stranded vessel. The Valencia quickly began to take on water. A hole was opened in a desperate attempt to avoid sinking. The crew tried to get away from the rocks, but it was too late. The sea battered the ship, crashing it repeatedly against the reef. The ship leaned to one side, trapped only 100 yards from the coast, agonizingly close, but without any safe passage between them. Panic overcame everyone almost immediately. The passengers rushed up on deck in sleeping clothes, clinging to their children and shouting for help. Captain Johnson tried to organize the launching of lifeboats, but the storm made the task nearly impossible. One after another, the boats were lowered to the rough sea, only to be thrown against the ship or capsize soon after touching the water. Men, women, and children were thrown into the agitated waves, where many drowned within sight of the cliffs. With each hour that passed, the waves were destroying the ship more. The upper decks collapsed, the chimneys broke, and the desperate survivors clung to the remaining structure, a part of the hurricane deck, hoping that rescue would arrive before the ship was consumed by the sea. From shore, some survivors managed to climb the cliff and reach the nearest telegraph station, but help was slow to arrive. Several ships were sent, but the combination of the high waves, the remoteness of the place, and poor communications made rescue efforts difficult at each step. As the last day approached, about 60 people remained huddled in the remains of the deck, soaked and exposed to the cold for almost 36 hours, clinging to life while the ocean mercilessly battered the Valencia. Finally, with the rescuers watching helplessly from the cliffs and the ships beyond the waves, the sea dealt its last blow. A giant wave hit the remains of the shipwreck and dragged the remaining survivors into the ocean. None survived. In total, only 37 people were rescued from the Valencia, and at least 136 died. Among the fatal victims were women and children who had been promised safety. The tragedy was one of the worst maritime disasters in the history of the Pacific Northwest and caused an immediate public outcry. The government, under enormous pressure, launched investigations and ultimately built the West Coast Trail, originally called Dominion Life-Saving Trail, to facilitate rescue teams' access to the treacherous coast. But the story did not end there. In the days and weeks following the tragedy, strange stories began to circulate. Sailors from ships that passed by claimed to have seen a ghostly ship adrift near Pena Point, with a blackened hole lit by lanterns that never went out and silent figures standing on the deck. Others reported hearing faint screams carried on the wind. A group of sailors swore they had seen a lifeboat adrift many months later, manned by skeletons. The story was dismissed by the authorities, but it took on a life of its own. Then, in 1933, 27 years after the disaster, a lifeboat with the name Valencia was discovered in a state of disturbing preservation in a marine cave hundreds of kilometers from the site of the shipwreck. The boat was still standing, painted and intact, as if it had never defied the ocean. Some took it as a sign, perhaps not of the supernatural, but as a symbol of a tragedy that did not rest, and the sightings continued. The fishermen avoided the area, and stories were told in a low voice. A figure seen in the fog, a ship that should not be there, lights that moved against the wind. Each tale added another thread to the disturbing legacy of the Valencia. Even today, standing on the cliffs of Vancouver Island, looking at the black and rugged rocks and the roar of the waves, it is not difficult to imagine what the passengers of the Valencia saw in their last moments. The hopelessness, the violence of the sea, and the silence that follows tragedy. The shipwreck of the Valencia is more than a maritime disaster. It is a warning about arrogance and carelessness, about the fury of nature, and about the thin line that separates order from chaos at sea. It is also a ghost story born of loss and sustained by those who refuse to forget, because the Pacific still remembers, And perhaps, when the fog dissipates and the sea calms, the Valencia sails adrift again. Part 12. The Mysterious Destiny of the Carol A. Deering. Among all the stories of abandoned ships and strange disappearances at sea, the story of the abandoned ghost ship, Choir de Deering, stands out as one of the most disturbing. It was not a dilapidated fishing boat or an old schooner condemned by the passage of time, but rather new, of solid construction, and recently out of the shipyards of Maine. A schooner built in 1919 and designed for the challenges of the Atlantic trade. But in January of 1921, it was found stranded in the treacherous Diamond Shoals, off the coast of North Carolina, disturbingly empty. Its crew had disappeared, no distress signal had been sent, and no lifeboats remained. The questions that its discovery raised have never been fully answered. The Carol A. Deering was a product of its time, an attempt to revive the American merchant fleet after the First World War. Built by the company G.G. Deering & B. Maine, it was designed to transport heavy loads and sail, despite the growing dominance of steamships. Its enormous rigging gave it an impressive and powerful appearance, with a total length of 255 feet, cabins for the crew, and ample space for cargo. In 1920, the Deere and Company assigned it the transport of coal and diverse merchandise from American ports to destinations in South America and the Caribbean. Its last trip began in August of 1920. Its destination was Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, with a cargo of coal. The original captain, William H. Merritt, had to abandon the position just before departure due to a sudden illness, and his place was occupied by Captain Willis B. Wormel, an experienced sailor of about 60 years who had spent many years at sea. The crew was composed of people of diverse nationalities, among them Scandinavians and some Americans, none of whom had served with Wormel before. Some accounts would later suggest that not everything was going well between the crew and their new captain, that there had been tension from the beginning of the trip, although this would not come to light until later, when it was already too late to confirm it. The Deering arrived in Rio without incident in September and successfully unloaded its cargo. Reportedly, Captain Wormel met there with an old friend, a fellow ship captain named Goodwin. During their conversations, Wormel supposedly expressed his frustration with his crew, describing them as undisciplined and difficult to handle. As reported, he confided that he did not trust his first officer, Charles McLean, and that he had been insubordinate during the trip. These reports were dismissed, then, as the usual frustrations of long trips, but later they would seem more ominous in retrospect. After completing the delivery, the Deering set sail from Rio and began its return journey to the United States. On the way, it made a brief stop in Barbados to resupply and carry out repairs. More strange interactions were observed there. It is said that McLean, the first officer, got drunk and complained to a local official about Captain Worrell's competence and behavior, accusing him of being old and unable to command. This altercation led to his arrest, but Worrell intervened and paid his bail, allowing him to rejoin the ship. It is a moment that remains in the historical records and suggests a fractured command structure and increasing tension on board. The last confirmed sighting of the Coro at Deering took place on January 28, 1921. The ship was sighted by the Cape Lookout lightship, off the coast of North Carolina. A man, not the captain, used a megaphone to communicate with the crew of the lightship, reporting that the ship had lost its anchors and requesting that the ship's owners be contacted. The crew of the lighthouse ship found the man's attitude strange and observed that the rest of the crew was gathered on the stern deck in an unusual way. They made the requested calls, but no distress signal was sent, nor were there indications of problems. 2 days later, on January 31st, the Deering was found grounded on the infamous Diamond Shoals, a shallow and constantly moving sandbank known as the graveyard of the Atlantic. Over the centuries, hundreds of ships had met their end there due to treacherous currents and poor visibility. When the rescue teams finally arrived at the Deering, after several days of bad weather, they found it completely abandoned. The scene was disconcerting. The sails were still hoisted, although broken and waving in the wind. The rudder was shattered, the navigation equipment, the ship's log, and the crew's personal effects had disappeared, as had the ship's lifeboats. The kitchen seemed to have been abandoned in a hurry, with a half-prepared meal and utensils scattered everywhere. There were no signs of violence, no indications of struggle, no blood, no corpses, just a ship in perfect working order, but empty. The United States Coast Guard initiated an official investigation into the disappearance, which quickly became one of the most mysterious maritime cases in U.S. history. Multiple federal agencies were involved, including the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the Department of State. Theories abounded. Some believed that the crew had mutinied, that Mlin and others, fed up with the captain, had taken control of the ship and abandoned it. But why would they sail the ship into danger and then let it crash? Others speculated that the crew might have been kidnapped by pirates, although no signs of theft or looting were found. Prohibition was in full swing at that time, and some rumors suggested that the ship had been hijacked by rum runners or smugglers who wanted to use it for clandestine transport. Once again, no evidence appeared. A more far-fetched theory suggested that communists, yes, communists, had infiltrated American sea lanes and had requisitioned ships as part of a plot to disrupt trade. The fear of communism was at its peak and paranoia had spread. Even more far-fetched were claims that the Bermuda Triangle had somehow extended its reach to the coast of Carolina or that supernatural forces were at play. But perhaps the strangest part of the story came a few months later, when another schooner, Sarah J., appeared. Fort sighted a lifeboat drifting far from the coast of Virginia. On board were the corpses of several sailors, dead and decomposed, dressed in clothes similar to those worn by the crew of the Deering. Unfortunately, the ship was never recovered, as storms and currents dragged it away before authorities could confirm its connection to the lost ship. Despite months of efforts and dozens of theories, the final government report did not reach any definitive conclusion, and the cause of the abandonment was classified as indeterminate. The Coroa Deering was declared a ghost ship and was eventually destroyed where it lay, undone by the sea, and its timbers now rest somewhere beneath the shifting sands of the Atlantic coast. Even today, the Coroa Deering is remembered with a mixture of fascination and unease. It is a warning about the unpredictability of the sea, about how even the best prepared and built ships can disappear into mystery. Its history is studied by maritime historians, cited in books on unsolved disappearances, and often included in accounts of ghost ships that refuse to rest. No wreck diver has ever located its lifeboats, nor has any trace of its crew been found, so the questions remain unanswered. What happened to the Coroa Deering on that foggy night in January 1921? Did its crew flee from something? Were they kidnapped? Did they simply disappear into the cold embrace of the Atlantic, leaving nothing more than wood and silence? We may never know, but if you ever walk the beaches near Cape Hatteras and see a strange light swaying over the waves or a whisper brought by the ocean wind, perhaps you are listening to the last echoes of that lost crew who continue to drift, waiting to be found. Part 13. The Legend of the SS Palatine, a ship haunted by fire and wind while the waves of the North Atlantic break relentlessly against the rugged coasts of New England. They bring with them something more than the smell of salt and the cries of seabirds. They bring legends, stories born of centuries of hardship at sea, passed down by lighthouse keepers and fishermen, etched in maritime folklore. Among these stories, few are as disturbing and enduring as that of the SS Palatine, a ship whose last moments in 1738 were so horrible that, according to generations of locals, its ghost still sails the waters off Block Island, with its decks ablaze with an inextinguishable fire. To begin this story, we must travel back almost 3 centuries, to a time when the American colonies were still young and the Atlantic Ocean was a treacherous road for those seeking a better life. The Palatine was not a warship or a freighter, but a passenger ship carrying hopeful German immigrants from Europe to the New World. They had come from the Palatinate region in Germany, which had been devastated by war and famine, and were seeking a new beginning in the American colonies, specifically in Pennsylvania, where many of their compatriots had already settled. The trip across the Atlantic was long and brutal. The records of the time described the Palatine as a poorly supplied and overcrowded ship. The passengers, already weakened by disease and malnutrition, were subjected to a harsh winter. Provisions were scarce, and diseases spread. Some accounts claim that the crew became increasingly cruel, withholding food and water and hoarding for their own consumption, that the conditions on board degenerated to desperation and even violence. When the ship reached the New England coast, many had died or were dying. Then, in December 1738, the storm arrived. The Palatine was caught in a fierce winter gale as it approached Block Island, a small, isolated landmass off the coast of what is now Rhode Island. Whipped by icy winds and blinding snow, the ship lost control and, without the resources or strength to fight the storm, was pushed toward the rocky coast. The rugged shallows surrounding Block Island were already known as shipwreck territory, relentless reefs that had claimed dozens of vessels previously. For the Palatine, they would prove fatal. The ship was pushed against the rocks, and a hole opened as the waves crashed against the sides. What happened next has become the subject of conflicting reports, speculation, and ghostly legends. Some claim that the islanders of Block Island saw the shipwreck and rushed to help, doing everything possible to rescue the survivors and provide them with shelter and food. Others, more sinister, tell a different story, a story of cold and betrayal opportunism. According to a dark version of the account, the inhabitants of Block Island lured the Palatine to its doom. The island had a reputation in maritime legend for sinking ships, a practice that consisted of placing false lights along the coast to deceive ships and make them believe they were approaching safe harbors, when in reality they crashed against the rocks, where the looters arrived quickly to strip the ships of everything of value. Whether this reputation was deserved or exaggerated, it remains the subject of debate among historians. But in the case of the Palatine, the accusation persists. Whatever the true version, the truth is that the shipwreck was horrible, the survivors were few, and the conditions were indescribably harsh. One woman in particular stands out in the story, a passenger who, it is said, went mad from the trauma of the trip and the shipwreck and refused to leave the ship, even when the others fled screaming that she would die on board. Her name was never recorded, but in the legends that followed, she became known as the Light of the Palatine. Some say she was locked in the hold by the crew or by other passengers. Others say she wandered the shattered decks for days, unaware of her surroundings. But all the stories agree on one chilling detail. When the Palatine was finally set on fire, whether by the storm or by looters seeking to destroy the evidence of their crimes, the woman was still on board. Witnesses on the island claimed to have seen a figure in flames running across the decks, while the flames consumed the ship, and her screams were carried away by the wind. Some even claimed that the fire itself seemed unnatural, burning with an intensity that defied explanation. The next morning, the charred remains of the ship had disappeared beneath the waves, taking with them the dead and the truth, but the legend did not end with the flames. For almost 300 years, there have been reported sightings of the Light of the Palatine off the coast of Block Island. Fishermen, tourists, and locals have claimed to see a ship in flames at sea, a ghost ship shining against the night horizon. The descriptions are surprisingly consistent. A three-masted ship illuminated by a supernatural fire that sails silently before disappearing into the fog. One of the first written accounts comes from the poet John Greenleaf Whittier, who immortalized the story in his 1867 poem, The Palatine. His verses captured the haunting beauty and tragedy of the ghost ship and helped solidify the story in American folklore. The WIA itself visited Block Island to investigate the story and believe in its truth, or, at least, in the sincerity of the islanders who told it. Skeptics have tried to explain the sightings as natural phenomena, mirages, reflections, or flares from distant ships. Some suggest that the apparition of the ghost ship could be a form of moraine, a type of superior mirage caused by atmospheric conditions over the water. But these explanations do not deter those who have witnessed it for themselves. There are reports dating back to the 18th century that continue into the modern era. Sightings often occur around the anniversary of the shipwreck, especially on cold, stormy December nights. Some say that the ghostly woman can still be seen on deck, walking in the firelight, with her arms raised to the sky. Others hear screams in the wind or feel a sudden chill as they sail near the place where the Palatine met its end. Whatever the truth behind the SS Palatine, its story has endured for centuries, not only because of the tragedy, but because of the way it haunts the imagination. A ship carrying the desperate hopes of immigrants shattered on a relentless coast. A woman trapped in her last moments, doomed to wander between fire and fog. A community divided between compassion and greed. Her memory trapped between history and myth. And yet, on quiet winter nights, the islanders of Block Island look out to sea and say they have seen the flash of flames in the dark waters, a sail outlined in bright red, a ship that shouldn't be there, whether real or imagined. The light of the Palatine remains a ghostly ember in the vast black ocean, drifting eternally between reality and legend. Part 14. The Shipwreck of the Octavius. A frozen ship from another era. There are shipwrecks that inspire pity, and there are shipwrecks that inspire fear, but few shipwreck stories provoke such deep and chilling unease as the legend of the Octavius, a ship that, according to maritime law, disappeared in the Arctic in the 18th century to reappear years later as a ghostly, abandoned ship. Frozen in time, its crew became ice statues, forever trapped in the position in which they died. Whether fiction or reality, or a dark mix of both, the story of the Octavius has endured as one of the most disturbing and enduring maritime mysteries ever told. The story begins in 1761 in the bustling ports of London. The Octavius was a merchant ship, reportedly elegant, modern, and well-suited for long-distance travel. That year it set sail for the Far East, probably destined for China, with a cargo of manufactured goods, textiles, and trade items. Its departure was uneventful, and, for a time, its voyage was assumed to be routine. But after completing its business in China, the Octavius made a decision that would eventually become the core of its legend. The captain, confident and perhaps a little reckless, decided to attempt the dangerous return trip to England through the Northwest Passage. In that time, the Northwest Passage, a possible sea route connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through the Arctic, was the holy grail of European exploration. Many believed in it, but few had crossed it, and even fewer survived to tell the tale. The Arctic was not just any ocean. Its narrow, icy channels could change in an instant, swallowing ships in ice or crushing them in violent storms. But it is said the captain of the Octavius was determined to try. After leaving the Chinese coast, the ship set a course north and disappeared into the labyrinth of icy channels and ice-covered horizons. It was never heard from again. Months passed, then years, and other ships that had sailed from China arrived safely in Europe, but the Octavius did not return. Finally, it was given up for lost, one more victim of the Arctic's cruel silence. It was not until 13 years later, in 1775, that the Octavius was seen again. A ship called the Herald, which operated off the coast of Greenland, spotted a three-masted ship adrift, shrouded in sea ice. The Herald approached cautiously from a distance. The ship looked abandoned. Its sails were tattered and frozen, stiff as cloth turned to glass. The rigging was brittle, and ice and snow covered the deck like a shroud. There was no movement or sign of life, only stillness. When the crew of the Herald boarded the ghost ship, they quickly realized they had stumbled upon something terrible. The interior of the Octavius was perfectly preserved by the cold. Below deck, they found a crew, or what was left of it. The bodies of the sailors were still sitting in their places, frozen solid. Some were slumped over the tables. One man lay next to the boiler, as if trying to wrest life from the last embers. Others were curled up in their hammocks, never having risen from their sleep. But the most disturbing discovery was made in the... Sitting at his desk was the captain of the Octavius. His body was perfectly preserved by the cold, his face serene and lifeless, his hands still clutching the pen with which he had been writing the navigation log, which lay open before him. The last entries dated from 1762, more than a decade before. In the nearby bed, wrapped in heavy blankets, was the body of a woman believed to be his wife, and next to her, the small figure of a child, probably his son. They had all died together, slowly and silently, as the Arctic sealed the ship in its icy crypt. The entries in the navigation log revealed the last known position of the Octavius, somewhere in the Arctic Ocean, west of Barrow, Alaska. From what could be reconstructed, the ship had attempted to cross the Northwest Passage and had probably become trapped in the ice shortly thereafter, with no chance of escape. The crew perished one by one, victims of the Arctic winter, but that is not the end of the mystery. The Octavius had been adrift for 13 years from the western end of the Arctic to Greenland. If this is true, it would mean that it had completed the Northwest Passage completely encased in ice, with its crew long dead, and had become the first ship to achieve what so many had tried and failed to achieve, but it was a journey of death, not triumph. The men of the Herald only took the navigation log, fearing the cursed ship, and left the rest untouched. The ship soon drifted away again, swallowed by the fog and sea, never to be seen again. Where it went, whether it sank under the ice or still floats somewhere in the polar night, no one knows. Skeptics have long debated the story of the Octavius. There are no official records from the British Navy confirming its construction, and no original copies of a logbook are preserved. Some believe the story is an invention, a sailor's tale embellished over time. Others suggest that it may be based on a real ship, poorly remembered or renamed. There are even those who claim to have seen it long after its last sighting, a spectral ship sailing silently among the ice floes, with sails white with frost and its dead captain still writing in his book. However, what gives strength to the legend of the Octavius is not only the horror of frozen death, but its silent dignity. Unlike stories of storms, mutinies, or violence, the Octavius tells of the isolation of a ship suspended in time. Its journey did not end in a shipwreck or fire, but in a kind of frozen dream. It became an invisible monument to the dreams of exploration, a ghost sailing silently through the most desolate part of the world, and in that silence, there is something deeply disturbing. To imagine the months of Arctic night, brutally dark, the ice creaking and cracking, the stars spinning in circles in an eternal stillness, and a ship alone advancing inch by inch through the infinite cold, without lights, without voices, only the creaking of the wood and the frost forming on the long dead. Seeking. If the story of the Octavius is fiction, it is a fiction born of the profound truth of the dangers of the sea, the fragility of life, and the strange beauty of a ship that traveled farther in death than in life. And if it is true, then somewhere under the polar ice, perhaps the Octavius still lies on its last frozen journey, forever in time. Part 15. The Cursed Voyage of the SS Shimo, the ghost ship that won't die in the vast, icy waters of the Arctic Polar Circle, where the night can last for months and the ice stretches uninterrupted for hundreds of kilometers. There is a maritime legend so persistent and disturbing that it has become more than a story. It has become part of the landscape itself, whispered among the Inuit communities, murmured by seasoned sailors who navigate the treacherous northern routes, and sporadically recorded by bewildered explorers. This is the story of the SS Shimo, the ship that refused to die. Unlike many ghost ship stories, the Shimo did not mysteriously disappear or reappear centuries after its last voyage. Its legend does not originate in mythology or the superstitions of the ancient world. The Shimo was very real, a steel freighter with an H-shaped hold launched in 1914 in Sweden, originally named Angermanland, and later sold to the Hudson's Bay Company. The ship was renamed Shimo, and, in the 1920s, it was already sailing the relentless waters off the north coast of Canada, transporting goods between Inuit settlements and collecting valuable furs to send to Europe. With more than 1,300 tons, the Shimo was built to withstand the icy seas, but even the most resistant hull can only withstand the Arctic for so long. In autumn 1931, the Shimo had completed its usual route along the coast of the Northwest Territories and was heading west towards Vancouver when, while crossing the bow towards the sea, winter arrived earlier than expected. The sea began to freeze rapidly, The temperature plummeted, and, in a short time, the BIMO was trapped in the ice near the city of Barrow, in Alaska. Captain Cornwell and his crew, realizing that they could not free the ship before a more intense freeze, made the difficult decision to abandon it temporarily. They left behind a small group of men to keep watch, while the rest of the crew was airlifted to safety in what was a daring rescue for that time. The plan was to return when the ice melted and recover the ship, but when a snowstorm hit the region shortly after their departure, the ice broke and the BIMO disappeared. Assuming that it had sunk under the frozen sea, the crew mourned the loss and prepared to move on. However, just days later, a group of Inuit hunters arrived at the Hudson Bay Company outpost with shocking news. They had seen the BIMO completely intact, floating kilometers away from where it had last been seen. It had not sunk, it had escaped. Captain Cornwell and a small group left immediately to locate it, and they succeeded. The BIMO was adrift, battered, but still seaworthy. They went back on board, recovered what supplies they could, but determined that it was too damaged to undertake the trip south. They abandoned it once more, this time forever, or so they thought. In the following months and years, the BIMO began to reappear, sometimes near the coast, sometimes in the middle of the ice fields, always abandoned and silent. Between 1931 and 1969, it was sighted on numerous occasions by whalers and even government expeditions, and each time it evaded capture. Some tried to board it, but found it difficult or impossible to secure. Others were forced away by sudden changes in the weather or by superstitious fear. Stories began to circulate not only about the ship's resilience, but about its strange ability to disappear when approached. Some even claimed that it moved of its own free will, appearing kilometers from its last known location in incredibly short periods. The oral traditions of the Inuit began to absorb the story, incorporating it into older beliefs about the spirits that inhabit the frozen sea. For them, the BIMO was no longer just a lost ship. It was a ghost ship in the truest sense, not because it carried dead people, but because it itself had died and yet continued to wander. In the 1940s, the BIMO had become an obsession for some Arctic researchers and journalists, who set out to locate it, but never for long. Those who went on board described a ship frozen in time, with the engine room rusted and the rudder shattered by the ice, but much of the cargo still remained: boxes of furs, tools, and even furniture. It was as if it had been preserved in a glacier instead of adrift for decades in storms. In 1955, a group of Inuit hunters boarded the BIMO and described it as being in surprisingly good condition. In 1962, it was seen once more off the coast of Point Barrow, more than 3 decades after its initial abandonment. A team from the Alaska Department of CONUS was sent to investigate, but when they arrived, it had disappeared back into the Arctic fog. In 1969, the last confirmed sighting of the BIMO, a group of surveyors flying over the Chukchi Sea spotted it still adrift, eerily upright among the ice. After that, it was never seen again. Theories abound about what eventually happened to the BIMO. Some believe that it ended up crushed by the ice and sunk to the bottom of the Arctic Ocean, where it now lies, its secrets preserved in the darkness. Others suggest that it could still be out there, hidden in some remote bay or trapped in the permanent ice, waiting for another blow, and some, especially those who have grown up with the story, think that it will never completely disappear. Despite its tangible reality, the BIMO defies logic. A ship abandoned in one of the most brutal environments on Earth, surviving for nearly 4 decades without a crew, eluding rescue, and defying destruction. Most ships lost at sea become wreckage, but the BIMO became something more. There is a peculiar loneliness in its history, the image of a ship wandering endlessly between ice and fog, invisible and intact, without sirens, violence, or catastrophes, only silence. Its diaries resonate only with the wind. Its rudder is uninhabited, a ghost without a tune that slowly dissolves into the whiteness. To date, no wreckage has been officially found. In 2006, the government of Alaska even launched a search to locate the BIMO again in the hope of preserving it as a historical artifact, but nothing appeared. No fragments, coordinates, or closure. And so it remains out there, somewhere in the frozen memory of the sea, a ship that sinks, a story that does not fade, a journey that, in some strange way, never really ended. Part 16. The Legend of the Palatine Light, a shipwreck that haunts the winter sea along the rugged northeast coast of the United States, where the Atlantic beats relentlessly against jagged cliffs and icy winds sweep desolate coasts. There lies an island as beautiful as it is disturbing, Lock Island, a remote crescent of land off the coast of Rhode Island. Here, among wind-swept reeds and salt-splattered rocks, a story has endured for more than 2 centuries, told in whispers by locals and sung in ghostly ballads passed down from generation to generation. It is the story of the Palatine, a ship whose fateful journey ended in fire and mystery, and whose ghost, they say, continues to sail those waters every winter, its burning hull visible on the horizon for those who dare to look. The origins of the Palatine are murky, as is often the case with legends older than human memory, but historians believe that the real ship behind the story was the Princess Augusta, a ship of German immigrants that sailed from Rotterdam in 1738 bound for Philadelphia. On board were more than 240 passengers, mostly Palatine Germans, religious refugees fleeing persecution after the devastating wars that had ravaged their homeland. Their hope was to reach the New World and start a new life, but the journey was doomed from the start. The Princess Augusta left Europe in late summer, when most captains avoided transatlantic crossings due to seasonal storms and shorter days. Upon entering the Atlantic, a series of strong gales battered the vessel, and the ship's food became contaminated and the drinking water spoiled. Disease spread rapidly through the narrow and unsanitary passenger cabins. Before long, more than half of the passengers had died. Among the deceased was the ship's captain, Andrew Brooke. With his death, command of the Princess Augusta fell to the first officer, a man ill-prepared to navigate in increasingly adverse conditions. The ship sailed into the Atlantic, drifting further off course. The provisions were scarce, and, according to reports, the crew began to ration what little was left, supposedly denying help to dying passengers unless they paid for food and water. Stories of horrible abuses, hunger, and desperation emerged as the ship wandered aimlessly through the waves. When the Princess Augusta approached the coast of New England, it was little more than a drifting coffin, a ship haunted by disease, death, and despair. In December 1738, it appeared near Block Island during a winter storm. The exact details of the shipwreck have been lost to time, but it is believed that the surviving crew abandoned the passengers or tried to forcibly disembark them amid the storm. What happened next is where history yields to legend. Block Island, isolated and often cut off from the mainland by weather, was a harsh place to survive in winter. Its inhabitants were known to be fiercely self-sufficient, and some whispered that they were opportunistic regarding wrecked ships. The islanders had long been accused, rightly or wrongly, of luring ships onto the rocks with false lights to plunder their remains. After all, they were times of scarcity in a harsh land. According to some versions of the story, the islanders rescued the few survivors of the Princess Augusta and cared for them during the brutal winter. Others tell a darker story, that the ship was boarded by the locals, the crew was taken ashore, and the remaining passengers were abandoned while the ship was set on fire. It is said that the motive was greed, to plunder the cargo and avoid questions about what had happened. It is said that one woman, in particular, refused to abandon the burning ship, either because she was too sick or too scared. It is said that she screamed as the flames consumed the ship, and her screams, carried by the wind, were heard throughout the island. They say her ghost never left. From that night on, the legend of the Palatine Light was born. Every year, especially on cold and harsh December nights, residents of Block Island claimed to see a burning ship sailing silently off the coast. Witnesses described the apparition in great detail. An old wooden ship with red sails lit from within, framed by flickering flames, and women screaming above the roar of the waves. Some claimed that the ghost ship disappeared if approached. Others said that it suddenly vanished, as if swept away by the waves. The phenomenon became known as the Palatine Light, in honor of the Palatine immigrants who had died aboard the doomed ship. Even though decades passed and the island modernized, the sightings continued. In 1811, a minister named Abram Rose claimed to see the flame on a ship during a winter storm. In 1860, a lighthouse keeper wrote that he saw it drifting off the coast. In 1880, the famous poet and abolitionist John Greenleaf Whittier immortalized the story in verse with his ballad, The Palatine, helping to cement the legend in American folklore. The most chilling aspect of the story is the consistency of the accounts over centuries and generations. Witnesses describe the same vision, a ghostly ship engulfed in flames that silently sails away and disappears into the fog. The Palatine Light is not a ghost seen once or twice, but a phenomenon interwoven into the very rhythm of the island's winters. Skeptics, of course, have offered explanations. Some say that the light is nothing more than a reflection of moonlight on the waves, distorted by the cold air and ocean fog. Others suggest that it may be an optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions, a kind of marine mirage, but none of these explanations account for the screams, the shape of a ship, or the numerous independent reports dating back centuries, made by people who had no reason to lie. Often terrified, sometimes crying after their encounters, the Palatine Light remains a mystery, a warning, a flickering image of injustice, betrayal, and lingering pain. If the legends are true, then perhaps the light is not just a ghost, but a reminder of how cruel people can be to each other in desperation and how the sea never forgets. Standing on the cliffs of Block Island on a freezing December night, with a wind whipping your coat and the waves crashing hard in the distance, and then seeing at the edge of vision a flickering red light rising from the sea, is enough to quicken even the most skeptical heart. Some say the light is a hallucination. Others say it's just the wind, the weather, and suggestion, but for the people of Block Island, it's something more. It's a story that never died, a ghost that keeps coming back, a ship that keeps burning year after year, a flame without ashes, a fire without fuel, a memory that comes true sailing endlessly towards a coast that will never welcome it home. Page 17. The disappearance of the HMS Erebus and the terror faded into ice and legend in the frigid confines of the Canadian Arctic, where the sea turns to glass and the sun hides below the horizon for months. The disturbing story of two ships of the British Royal Navy continues to resonate amid the ice. They were called HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, and together they were the pride of one of the most ambitious expeditions in 19th century maritime history. The conquest of the Northwest Passage, a dangerous sea route linking the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through the Arctic archipelago. But what began as an adventure backed by cutting-edge technology and national pride would soon become one of the world's most chilling maritime mysteries. Ice-blocked sea route linking the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through the Arctic archipelago. But what began as a confident adventure, backed by cutting-edge technology and national pride, would soon become one of the world's most chilling maritime mysteries ever known. The Franklin expedition, launched in 1845 and led by Sir John Franklin, was the great attempt to finally chart the elusive Northwest Passage, a goal that had cost many lives and ships over the previous decades. The British Empire, at the height of its power, spared no expense on this trip. The Erebus and the Terra, two veteran ships in polar exploration, were refitted with iron hulls, steam engines, and provisions for 3 years. Their crews, made up of 129 men, were carefully selected, a mix of experienced officers, sailors, marines, and specialists. It set sail from England in May 1845 with high spirits and billowing sails. The first reports placed them in Baffling Bay, waiting for the ice to recede before venturing further into the Arctic, but nothing. The silence stretched for months, and then years, with no news or trace. The Erebus and the Terror had disappeared, seemingly swallowed by the Arctic. The first rescue missions were launched in 1848, and over the next decade, many more followed, not only out of concern for the men, but also because of growing public pressure and the desire for answers. Explorers, whalers, and adventurers scoured the icy wastelands, discovering only scattered clues. A piece of wood here, a worn boot there, a can preserved with a desperate message engraved on it. In 1850, a rescue team discovered the first tombs on Beachy Island. 3 of them were buried next to each other under a windswept slate hill. The tombstones said, John Torrington, William Brain, and John Hartnell, 3 young men who had perished during the first year of the trip. The tombs were surrounded by relics, buttons, cans, and broken bottles, but offered no explanation for the general disappearance. Then, in 1859, the breakthrough occurred. The search expedition led by Francis Leopold McClintock met with Inuit elders on King William Island, who spoke of white men starving in the snow, of ships trapped in the ice, and of terrible suffering. McClintock obtained a note left by the crew detailing how the Erebus and the Terror had been trapped in the ice for more than a year and a half. Sir John Franklin had died in June 1847, and the rest of the crew, now leaderless and desperate, had abandoned the ships in April 1848 and attempted to walk south across hundreds of kilometers of frozen, barren wilderness. None of them managed to survive. Even more disturbing were the other accounts transmitted through the Inuit oral tradition and later confirmed by researchers. Some spoke of strange visions, emaciated figures staggering across the ice, dragging makeshift sleds, their faces disfigured by frostbite and madness. Others spoke of scattered camps where the dead had clearly not passed away in peace. Evidence of cannibalism was discovered. Broken bones with bite marks, human remains boiled and dismembered in the hope of surviving. The story was no longer one of heroic death, but of a slow, agonizing ordeal that lasted more than 150 years. For years, the final location of the Erebus and the Terror remained unknown, their fate sealed under the ice and their remains hidden in silence. Expeditions continued well into the 21st century, combining oral histories with satellite imagery and sonar. Then, in an amazing twist of fate, both ships were found in 2014. Parks Canada announced the discovery of the Erebus resting in shallow waters off King William Island. 2 years later, the Terror was found even better preserved in a bay further south. Cold and oxygenated waters had kept the wooden hulls intact, as if time had stopped. Even the crystals in the captain's cabins remained intact. It was as if the ships had sunk into a dream and were patiently waiting to be remembered. However, despite these discoveries, questions remain. Why did the crew remain on the ships so long after the ice made escape impossible? Why did they abandon the relative safety of the ships to embark on a doomed march across the tundra? What caused the death of the men so early in the expedition, long before supplies ran out? Some experts suggest that canned food, a relatively new method of preservation at the time, may have been improperly sealed, leading to lead poisoning. This theory is supported by the autopsy of John Torrington, whose preserved body revealed alarming levels of lead in his bones and tissues. Lead poisoning could have caused confusion, fatigue, and irrational decisions. Others point to scurvy, starvation, and hypothermia as the most likely culprits, a deadly triad for any crew abandoned in the Arctic. Others wonder if there was something more mysterious at play, perhaps a curse or an ancient warning that was ignored. After all, the Inuit of the region had long told stories of malevolent spirits lurking on the ice and diverting travelers from their course into the void. What is certain is that the fate of the Erebus and the Terror left a deep mark on British maritime pride. The Franklin expedition, once a symbol of imperial ambition, became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the arrogance of men who believed they could dominate nature with steam and steel. But there is another legacy, more silent and lasting. The oral stories of the Inuit, which European scholars once dismissed as folklore, turned out to be more accurate than any map. They spoke of the ships long before satellite images confirmed their location. They knew the stories of the men. They knew where they died and what they suffered. In the end, it was their memory, passed down from generation to generation, told around the fire and during winter storms, that brought the last pieces of the puzzle home. Today, the remains of the Erebus and the Terror rest silently under the sea, protected as national historic sites and studied with great care by divers and archaeologists. But their ghost remains on the ice, in the winds that flatten in the tundra, in the footprints that fade in the snow, in the cold and pale sun that rises for only a few hours before setting again, somewhere far from the coast. It is possible that the ship's bell still swings gently in the darkness, unheard by anyone. A table may still be set for a dinner that never arrived. A logbook may remain half-written, with the last words lost in the frost. The Erebus and the Terror sailed into history with the confidence of the Empire, and were not claimed by glory, but by the silence of the North. And in that silence, their story lives on. Part 18. The Curse of the Batavia. Mutiny, madness, and murder in the Indian Ocean. The sea has always been a dangerous place, but not always because of the waves. Sometimes the real terror arises from the hearts of men. Few shipwrecks in history have descended into such indescribable chaos as that of the Batavia, a majestic ship of the Dutch East India Company whose voyage of 1629 not only ended in disaster, but in horror. Its shipwreck in the waters off the coast of present-day Western Australia laid the foundation for one of the darkest and most disturbing stories of human cruelty the sea has ever known. The Batavia was the flagship of a fleet owned by the powerful Dutch East India Company. It was heading to the city of Batavia, now Jakarta, carrying soldiers, merchants, and civilians, as well as a precious cargo of silver and goods, and set sail in October of 1628 from the Netherlands. It was supposed to be a trip of business and expansion, part of the growing control of the Dutch Empire over the spice trade. But from the beginning, there were cracks under the polished surface of the expedition. The ship's captain, Francisco Pelsaert, was more of an administrator than a sailor, and his authority on the voyage was constantly undermined by his second-in-command, a temperamental and ambitious man named Geronimus Cornelis. Cornelis was no ordinary officer. He was a former apothecary who had been accused of heresy and may have been involved in secret philosophical sections. He carried a feeling of resentment and superiority that would soon become something far darker. As the Batavia ventured into the Indian Ocean, tensions rose. Cornelius and a small group of loyal followers began plotting to seize the ship and its treasure, hoping to found a new utopian colony somewhere in the east, free from Dutch authority. Their plan was brutal and simple: to mutiny, kill the officers, and seize the ship. But before they could act, fate intervened. On June 4th, 1629, in the early hours of dawn, the Batavia collided with a reef in the Abrolhos Islands, a remote and unknown area off the west coast of Australia. The collision was devastating and sudden. A hole was torn in the hull, and the crew and passengers awoke to the sound of beams creaking and the roar of waves. Panic spread, and men, women, and children rushed to board the lifeboats or threw themselves into the raging sea. Many drowned in their attempt. Around 300 people managed to reach nearby islands, little more than strips of coral and rock, without food or drinking water, not knowing where they were or if they would receive help. The survivors faced the terrifying prospect of starving to death while trying to seek rescue. Commander Pelsaert and a handful of men took a boat and embarked on an epic voyage to Java, more than 1,500 miles away. Miraculously, they succeeded, but what happened in their absence was a descent into madness. With Pelsaert gone, command of the survivors fell to Cornelius, the same man who had been planning to overthrow him. Now, with no one to stop him, Cornelius put his plan into practice with chilling speed. He disarmed the few loyal soldiers and took total control. He and his followers hoarded the remaining supplies and cut off the supply of food and water to those who resisted. Then began a campaign of systematic assassinations, eliminating anyone who posed a threat to his authority or simply did not serve his needs. Over the following weeks, what had begun as a story of survival turned into a nightmare. Entire families were massacred. Children were thrown into the sea or dismembered. Women were enslaved and used to satisfy the appetites of Cornelius' men. A girl, Lucretia Yance, was kept alive as a concubine, a tragic symbol of the total collapse of social order. Cornelius justified his actions as necessary. He saw himself as a prophet of a new world, and those who died as sacrifices for a higher vision. His followers, some out of fear and others out of conviction, became willing participants. Blood ran through the sand, the island became an ossuary, and the whispers of what happened there resonated throughout history, but not everyone submitted. On another nearby island, a group of soldiers who had been exiled by Cornelius began to organize resistance, led by a man named Weber Hayes. They trained in secret, gathering stones and improvised weapons. When Cornelius' men tried to invade their island, they defended themselves by launching ambushes and skirmishes that would eventually turn the tide. These battles were primitive and desperate, fought with sticks and knives, with bare hands and will, but in the end Hayes and his men prevailed just as Cornelius was preparing for a final assault to regain control. Salvation arrived. Pelayer had returned with a rescue ship from Java. What he found horrified him. Of the 300 who had come ashore after the shipwreck, more than 120 had been murdered, and dozens more had died of starvation or thirst. The survivors were shattered, traumatized, and with sunken eyes. Cornelius was captured along with his remaining loyalists. A summary trial was held on the beach, and some were executed on the spot, hanged from a makeshift gallows built from the wreckage of the shipwreck. Cornelius had his hands cut off before being hanged, a gruesome end to a gruesome reign. Others were taken back to Batavia to be tried and imprisoned. The story of the Batavia shocked the Dutch Republic. It was not only the shipwreck that captivated the public's horror, but what followed: the mutiny, the murders, the total collapse of humanity. For years, the story circulated in pamphlets, sermons, and hushed conversations, a stark warning of how fragile civilization could be when abandoned to its fate in oblivion. Centuries later, the shipwreck of the Batavia was discovered. Artifacts from the ship, coins, weapons, and fragments of porcelain have been recovered and preserved. Today, you can visit the reconstructed remains in museums in Western Australia. The coral reef where the ship crashed is now known as Beacon Island, a sun-drenched spot that hides one of the darkest stories in navigation history. But the ghosts linger. Fishermen in the area speak of strange sounds at night, distant screams carried by the wind, flickering lights where there should be none. Divers exploring the remains have reported an unsettling presence, a heaviness in the water, as if the reef itself remembers what happened. The bones of the dead were buried in shallow sand, many never identified, some perhaps never found. The Batavia was supposed to bring wealth and prestige to a powerful empire, but instead it left a legacy of horror, a floating microcosm of civilization that became a crucible of humanity in its most depraved form, a stark reminder of how quickly the thin layer of order can dissolve when despair seizes the immensity of the sea, where rescue is uncertain and survival depends on the will of the strongest. What does it mean to lead, to follow, or to survive? These are the questions that the Batavia forces us to ask ourselves. And although centuries have passed, its remains remain a silent witness to the blood that stained its decks, to the screams that filled its islands, and to the human darkness that surfaced when the sails disappeared and only the reef remained. Part 19. The Griffin, the ghost ship of the Great Lakes in the early autumn of 1679, a sturdy wooden ship known as the Griffin sailed from the mouth of the Niagara River and ventured into the open waters of Lake Erie. It was the first of its kind, a European-style sailboat built to challenge the vast and unpredictable inland seas of North America. Commanded by the famous French explorer René Robert Cavelier Sieur de La Salle, the Griffin was more than a simple ship. It was a symbol of ambition, conquest, and the ardent desire to find a western passage toward China through the heart of the continent. But shortly after setting sail on its inaugural voyage, the Griffin disappeared in the vast freshwater wilderness, leaving behind one of the oldest and most lasting shipwreck mysteries of the New World. The Great Lakes are immense. They extend along almost 1,000 miles and contain a fifth of the fresh water of the surface of the world. For the first European explorers, they must have seemed like interior oceans, with their coasts bordered by dense forests and dotted with indigenous settlements. But beneath their calm surfaces, capricious, and often deadly storms arose that stirred the water in gigantic waves. In the 17th century, they were still almost completely unexplored. La Salle had arrived in North America with dreams of empire backed by the French crown and in search of fortune through commerce. He imagined a network of forts and trading posts that extended along the Mississippi River, creating a powerful corridor of influence. But to satisfy his Western ambitions, he needed a way to transport large quantities of goods and people across the water. Thus, the Griffin was born, built near the mouth of the Niagara River during the winter of 1678 to 1679. The ship was a feat of engineering, with a length of about 12 meters and armed with at least 5 cannons. It was a formidable sight for the indigenous peoples and the fur traders of the region. Built in very harsh conditions with materials from the surrounding wilderness, the Griffin represented the vanguard of European naval power applied to the wild frontiers of North America. After its completion, La Salle and his crew sailed through Lake Erie, crossed the Strait of the Detroit River, crossed Lake Claire, and arrived at Lake Huron. Along the way, they came into contact with native tribes, many of whom were wary of the great wooden beast that glided through their waters. At the beginning of September 1679, they arrived at the entrance of Green Bay, in Lake Michigan, a rich center of fur trade where French trappers and native traders met to exchange furs. It was here where La Salle faced a difficult choice. His men had acquired an enormous load of furs, and he needed to send them back to the east, as much to finance future expeditions as to demonstrate the success of the company. He decided that the Griffin would return alone to Niagara loaded with its precious cargo, while he and a smaller group would continue by land to continue his exploration. The ship, under the command of a pilot and a small crew, set sail on September 18, 1679. La Salle, who saw it disappear in the morning mist, could not have known that it would be the last time that he or anyone else would see the Griffin again. The ship simply disappeared. No remains appeared on the coast. No survivors returned. No messages in bottles or fragments of drifting wood were found. It was as if the Griffin had been swallowed by the lake. La Salle waited weeks, then months, while the seasons passed and winter approached. Hope gave way to frustration and then to fear. He organized search parties, interviewed native witnesses, and even accused the pilot and the crew of treason, speculating that they had sunk the ship, stolen the cargo, and fled into the wilderness. Others blamed the climate, perhaps a sudden storm or a collision with a submerged object, but the deeper the mystery became, the stranger the stories became. Some native legends spoke of a great floating beast that had enraged the spirits of the lakes, who shot it down in an act of divine wrath. Others claimed that the Griffin had been a victim of a sea monster, a giant serpent that lurked in the depths of Lake Michigan. Among the French trappers, stories of a ghostly ship seen in the distance began to circulate, gliding silently on the water with its sails in tatters and an unsettling glow. Over the centuries, dozens of ships claimed to have seen the spectral Griffin, normally at sunset or during storms. Sometimes it appeared as a black silhouette on the horizon, others as a bright white specter that faded into the mist. Each sighting rekindled the mystery, but none provided answers. Modern attempts to locate the remains of the shipwreck have been equally unsuccessful. The Great Lakes, despite their beauty, are vast and relentless, and beneath their surface lies quicksand that move with time in the underwater depths. Cliffs and areas so remote and unexplored that they remain as mysterious today as they were in the time of La Salle. Many researchers believe that the Griffin sank somewhere near the mouth of Lake Michigan, but no confirmed wreck has ever been found. In 2001, a team of divers claimed to have located what they believed was the Griffin in the north of Lake Michigan, buried under layers of sand and mussels. The discovery made the news, and hopes were fueled that the centuries-old mystery would finally be solved. But as the researchers examined the timbers and the construction, doubts arose. The size did not match, and it would seem to be from a later period. Finally, the shipwreck was ruled out, and the Griffin escaped the grasp of history again. To this day, the final destiny of the ship remains unknown. Did it sink due to a sudden storm? Did it run aground on a hidden reef? Was it sabotaged and hidden by men with dark motives? Or did something stranger happen in the cold waters of the Great Lakes? Whatever the truth, the Griffin endures not only as a lost ship, but as a ghost, a whisper on the water. It is a story older than most nations, rooted in the early days of European exploration in North America, and yet today it remains just as disturbing to those who sail on Lake Michigan. The legend lives on. Some captains still tip their hats to the fog when they pass through certain parts of the lake, scan the depths with sonars hoping to glimpse the ancient timbers under the waves, and storytellers keep the fire lit by sharing the story of a proud ship, the ambition that built it, and the mystery that completely swallowed it somewhere deep beneath the surface. Perhaps the Griffin still rests with its timbers creaking softly in the silence, its cannons asleep in the silt, its crew lost forever on an eternal journey through the inland seas. And when the fog spreads and the wind howls low, some say that it can still be seen, a shadow on the horizon heading east in search of its home. Part 20. The HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror lost in the ice. Found in the darkness of all the shipwrecks and maritime disappearances throughout history, few have fascinated and obsessed the imagination as much as the fateful last voyage of the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror. These two British vessels, which were part of an ambitious expedition led by Sir John Franklin in the mid-19th century, set out in search of the legendary Northwest Passage, a maritime route through the Arctic that connected the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. What followed was not only a disappearance, but a mystery that lasted for centuries, captivated the obsession of explorers and historians, and revealed terrifying visions of isolation, suffering, and perhaps even madness in the coldest confines of the world. It was 1845, and the British Empire was at the peak of its power. The Royal Navy had no rival, and its technology advanced rapidly. The exploration of the Arctic became a national obsession, a symbol of British audacity and imperial power. The Northwest Passage, in particular, was the ultimate prize, a shortcut through Canada's Arctic archipelago that could revolutionize world trade. Dozens of attempts, but the ice, climate, and geography had always defeated explorers. Sir John Franklin was a respected veteran of previous trips to the Arctic, although in 1845 he was 60 years old and had not commanded a major expedition for years. However, he was chosen to lead the most advanced and best-prepared Arctic mission ever organized. His two ships, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, were old warships converted with reinforced hulls and powerful steam engines. They were loaded with years of provisions, including thousands of cans of food, a relatively new innovation then, as well as books, instruments, and even an organ. With a crew of 129 men, Franklin sailed from Greenhithe, England, in May 1845. The last confirmed European sighting of the expedition was in July of that year, when a whaling ship met them in Baffling Bay, waiting for a path to open through the ice. Then, silence. No letters, no sightings, no survivors. Months and then years passed, and concern turned to alarm. The Admiralty launched search missions, driven by Franklin's wife, Lady Jane Franklin, who relentlessly pressed for help. Between 1848 and 1859, dozens of search expeditions combed the Arctic, most of which returned empty-handed, pushed by the ice and extreme cold, but little by little fragments began to emerge. Whispers of a truth behind the disappearance. In 1850, a search team discovered 3 graves on Beechey Island, each marked with a wooden cross. The bodies were of crew members who had died during the winter of 1845 and 1846. Other expeditions found abandoned camps, fragments of provisions, and disturbing messages in logbook margins. The most revealing was a note found on King William Island in 1859, left under a cairn, which revealed that both ships had been trapped in the ice since September 1846. Franklin had died on June 11th, 1847, and the rest of the crew had abandoned the ships in April 1848, attempting to reach the south through the desolate Arctic landscape. They never made it. The details became even darker. Oral stories from the Inuit, collected by explorers like Charles Francis Hall, spoke of starving men dragging sleds full of corpses, some possibly cannibalized. The skeletal remains found years later seem to confirm this, many with cut marks on the bones, suggesting desperate acts committed in the final stages of starvation. For more than a century and a half, the place where the remains of the Erebus and terror rested remained a mystery. Countless expeditions searched the Arctic Sea, scanning the icy depths with sonars and diving equipment. The story became a legend, not only of exploration, but of obsession. The Franklin expedition embodied the arrogance of the empire, the relentless cruelty of nature, and the terrifying limits of human endurance. Then, in 2014, something extraordinary happened. A search team from Parks Canada, using advanced sonars and in collaboration with Inuit communities whose oral stories have preserved key details, located the remains of HMS Erebus in the Gulf of Queen Maud. 2 years later, HMS Terror was found in Terror Bay, surprisingly intact, resting silently on the seabed, its timbers preserved by the glacial cold. After 170 years, the ships had finally been found sleeping under the Arctic ice. Diving expeditions to the wrecks revealed a disturbing picture. Equipment still in place, dishes neatly stacked on the tables, personal belongings intact. The ships appeared to have been abandoned hastily, or perhaps without time. There were no signs of battle or major damage. They had simply sunk slowly and silently into the depths. Researchers continue to explore the ships in the hope of discovering more clues, letters, diaries, names, and who survived longer, or if anyone survived. What psychological aftereffects did isolation, scurvy, and hunger leave on the men? The answers may still be buried in those wooden hulls. The Erebus and the Terror were not the only ships that disappeared in the Arctic, but their story is unique. It is a parable of ambition clashing with reality, of men armed with the best tools of their time, facing a world that did not care about maps or glory. It is a story of resilience in the face of hopelessness and of the terrible decisions that must be made when survival is no longer guaranteed, and it is about silence. The Arctic is a place where sound is absorbed, where snow falls without echo, and ice stretches endlessly to the horizon. For years, those ships remained under the ice, intact, unknown, and perhaps there is something beautiful in the idea that they were finally found not by brute force or superior technology, but by listening to old stories, ancestral knowledge passed down from generation to generation. Today, the wrecks are protected as heritage sites. Their discovery has reopened a chapter in history that seemed closed forever. However, despite all the artifacts and documents recovered, the essential mystery remains: what happened during those last desperate days in the ice? How did the men endure that second Arctic winter after Franklin's death? How long did they hold out hope before it turned to despair? There are no survivors to tell us, only the wind, the ice, and the frozen timbers of two forgotten ships that still hold secrets in the darkness. Part 21. The disappearance of the SS Morro Castle in the quiet hours before dawn in September 1934. The waters off the coast of New Jersey were calm. The horizon was still shrouded in the faint haze of night. A few miles from the coast, a transatlantic liner that was once proud sailed aimlessly, with smoke coming out of its blackened hull and its scorched and twisted decks. It was the SS Morro Castle, a modern passenger ship reduced overnight to a floating skeleton. In its charred remains lay a story of mystery, mismanagement, sabotage, and tragic loss. A shipwreck story unlike any other in American maritime history. American maritime history. The SS Morro Castle was not just any steamship. Built in the early 1930s by the New York Shipbuilding Corporation, it was commissioned by the Ward Line to run luxury cruises between New York and Havana, Cuba. It was named after the fortress guarding the entrance to Havana's port. The ship embodied modern sophistication. It was 485 feet long, had capacity for more than 548 passengers and 240 crew members, and was equipped with elegant Art Deco interiors, air-conditioned cabins, large ironing rooms, and powerful turboelectric engines that allowed it to reach speeds of over 20 knots. The ship was considered one of the best of its kind in terms of safety and was equipped with the latest fire extinguishing systems. But none of that would matter when tragedy struck on September 5, 1934. The Morro Castle set sail from Havana on its return trip to New York with a mix of vacationers, newlyweds, businessmen, and tourists. The trip began like any other. There were dances in the ballroom, drinks on the upper deck, live music, and a warm ocean breeze. But beneath the festive surface, tension was brewing as the crew had long-standing complaints with the ship's command. There were disputes over working conditions and wages. And what was worse, the ship's captain, William Worms, was under enormous pressure. He was known to be rigid and unapproachable, and had begun to clash with his officers and crew. Then, on the night of September 7th, just hours from the port of New York, everything began to unravel. Captain Worms was found dead in his cabin. The official cause was a heart attack, although rumors quickly spread that he might have been poisoned. His sudden death plunged the ship into confusion. The first officer, William F. Wilmer, took command. Wilmer took command, but lacked experience in war authority in war or familiarity with the operation of the ship. As night fell and a storm arrived, the situation on board grew tense. In the early hours of September 8th, a fire broke out in the writing room on the aft deck, spreading at a terrifying speed, fueled by flammable furniture, wood paneling, and poor ventilation. The fire quickly turned into an inferno in a matter of minutes. Thick smoke spread through the ship's corridors. Flames leaped out of the windows and engulfed the decks. Passengers, many still in their sleepwear, ran in panic as the alarms sounded and the lights began to fail. Lifeboats were lowered in a disorderly manner. Some capsized, and others were never launched. The crew members, many of whom had never participated in a fire drill, were confused and scared. Some jumped into the dark sea. Others tried in vain to rescue passengers trapped by the smoke. In half an hour, the SS Morro Castle was a burning hull adrift in the stormy Atlantic. Rescue efforts were chaotic, with several nearby ships responding to the distress calls, but visibility was poor and the sea was very rough. Survivors were rescued from the water by lifeboats, Coast Guard boats, and even fishermen. When the fire was finally controlled, more than 135 people had died, most of whom were passengers. But the fire was only the beginning of the story. In the following days and weeks, investigations began to unravel a web of incompetence, mismanagement, and possible sabotage. Questions quickly arose. Why did the fire spread so quickly on a ship that was advertised as fireproof? Why had the crew acted so poorly? Why were the fire extinguishing systems not activated? And most disturbing of all, how had the fire started? Suspicion soon fell on the acting radio operator, George W. Rogers. By all accounts, Rogers was an intelligent but deeply disturbed man with a history of mental instability and clashes with officers and crew. Even more damning, he had written essays fantasizing about fires at sea and had tampered with radio equipment in the past. Some investigators believe that Rogers had deliberately started the fire, perhaps as revenge for perceived slights or out of a twisted desire for control. Rogers denied his involvement and was never charged with arson, but his later life raised even more suspicions. In 1938, he was convicted of murdering a policeman and attempting to kill another with a firebomb. He served 12 years in prison. His erratic behavior and dark obsessions only fueled the theory that he had caused the Morro Castle disaster. Despite widespread suspicion, no one was formally held responsible for the fire. The ward line was subjected to intense scrutiny and eventually lost government contracts. The maritime laws were modified, which went on to require better fire safety standards, crew training, and evacuation protocols. The tragedy of the Morro Castle became a turning point in American maritime regulation. As for the ship, it did not sink, but the charred hull was left adrift and ended up stranded near Asbury Park, New Jersey, a few meters from the Maritime Promenade. Thousands of onlookers gathered to contemplate the smoking remains, which remained stranded for months. The place was surreal. This enormous ghostly ship rested so close to shore, blackened and skeletal, that became a tourist attraction, a monument to arrogance and horror. Finally, the remains were salvaged and towed to be scrapped, but its ghost remained in the minds of those who witnessed it. In its last hours and in the culture in general, the Morro Castle became a symbol of hidden danger and the speed with which elegance and modernity can be consumed by chaos. Books were written, songs were composed, the name passed to legend, and, even now, long after the wreck disappeared, the story remains one of the most disturbing shipwrecks in American waters, not because the ship was lost in a storm or was sunk by enemy fire, but because it burned from within, fueled by a fire caused by human error and perhaps by something darker, a story in which the greatest danger did not come from nature, but from the people on board, and, in the silence that follows the story, it is difficult not to imagine the ship once more adrift, burning intensely. Against the night, a floating funeral. P. Lost in a Stormy Sea. Part 22. The shipwreck of the S.V. General Grant. Lost in the caves of Auckland Island, on the frigid edge of the Southern Ocean, where the wind lashes incessantly and the clouds never completely dissipate, are the subantarctic Auckland Islands, a desolate and windswept archipelago, hundreds of kilometers south of New Zealand. They are islands shrouded in fog and soaked by rain for much of the year. Barely touched by the sun and practically uninhabited, their isolation has made them a refuge for seals and seabirds and a cemetery for ships. One of the most disturbing stories that has emerged from this region is that of the S.V. General Grant, a three-masted sailboat built in the United States that disappeared in 1866 and became legend. Its journey was supposed to be simple: a commercial trip from Melbourne, Australia, to London, England, with wool, furs, and passengers on board. But what happened to it in the frigid waters of the Southern Ocean would become one of the most mysterious and tragic shipwreck stories. Shipwreck stories of maritime history, a story that still awakens the imagination and haunts shipwreck hunters today. The General Grant was launched in Maine in 1864, during the final years of the American Civil War. Like many sailboats of its time, it was built with a robust and elegant design, destined for the transport of goods over long distances through rough seas. Its iron hull made it more resistant to storms and the sea than the wooden ships that had preceded it, and its size made it ideal for transporting both goods and passengers over long distances. In May of 1866, the General Grant set sail from Melbourne, bound for London. On board were 83 people, including crew and passengers, among whom were several miners from the Australian goldfields, many with their fortunes in gold dust and nuggets. The hold of the ship was full of the usual commercial products: bales of wool, tallow, and furs. But the real treasure, according to later rumors and accounts of the survivors, was the considerable amount of privately owned gold carried by the passengers, estimated to weigh more than 2,500 ounces. As the ship sailed southeast through the Tasman Sea, it encountered worsening weather. Cold winds and rough seas diverted it from its course on the night of May 13, 1866, in a gale that blinded the crew and confused their navigation. The General Grant crashed against the cliffs of Auckland Island. According to the accounts of the survivors, the ship was trapped, and the wind and tide pushed it toward a sea cave dug into the base of the cliffs, an enormous rock cathedral where the ocean churned in darkness. The cave, which would later be known as the General Grant Cave, was not a place for a ship of that size. The ship crashed repeatedly against the walls, with the mast scraping the stone ceiling and the hull rubbing against submerged rocks. Inside the cave, there was no wind to fill the sails or space to maneuver. The ship was completely at the mercy of the tide for hours. The General Grant was beaten against the rock until the hull gave way and the ocean entered forcefully. Panic spread. Some lifeboats were launched. Others crashed against the darkness of the cave. The howling of the wind outside and the icy water made coordination almost impossible. One by one, the passengers and crew were swept into the sea or dragged down with the ship. Only 15 people managed to reach the coast alive, a mixture of crew and passengers. They were stranded, wet, and frozen on the remote and uninhabited Auckland Islands. The Auckland Islands were no refuge. The survivors faced gales, constant rain, and a barren landscape of rocks and scrub, with no hope of immediate rescue. They recovered what they could, some food and supplies that had reached the coast along with the remains of the ship, built improvised shelters, and tried to survive. They remained on the islands for more than a year. During that time, they watched the horizon every day in search of sails, waiting for a rescue that never came. They hunted seals and seabirds and collected limpets and moss for food. They suffered from exposure to cold and hunger. Several died. Their graves were dug in the shallow ground or marked with stones. Their dreams of returning to civilization and the gold that many carried with them began to fade. It was not until November 1867, 17 months after the shipwreck, that a ship passing by, the Amherst, spotted the smoke from the survivors' bonfire. 10 survivors were rescued and taken back to New Zealand. The rest, including those who perished on the island or in the shipwreck itself, were lost to history. In the years that followed, the General Grant became an object of obsession for treasure hunters, who believed that much of the passengers' gold had sunk with the ship, possibly still under the waves, in the cavern where it sank. As early as the 1880s, rescue attempts were organized. Divers and explorers faced the treacherous waters surrounding Auckland Island, but the sea was relentless. The location of the cave was very difficult. The waves crashed against the cliffs, the currents were strong, and the visibility was often nil. Several search teams claimed to have found remains of the shipwreck, copper linings, a piece of mast, or rusty tools, but none could confirm the location with certainty. The gold was never recovered. One of the most intriguing aspects of the General Grant's history is the persistent rumor that its remains lie in a submerged part of the cave, preserved by the cold and darkness. Some believe that, if found, the shipwreck could contain not only gold, but also preserved artifacts, documents, and the final secrets of the voyage. Others suspect that the ship may have broken into pieces after centuries of storms and be scattered across the seabed. Even so, the legend endures. What gives this story its disturbing power is not only the mystery of the lost gold, but the image of that doomed ship, trapped in a silent cavern at world's end. It is the loneliness of the survivors, isolated on an island shrouded in fog, carving out a life in an indifferent landscape. It is the idea of last hopes extinguished in the cold waters of the Southern Ocean, where no one could hear their cries. Today, the Auckland Islands are a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected for their unique ecology and unusual fauna. Few people visit them, and those who do describe a feeling of overwhelming isolation. The cliffs are steep, the beach rocky, and the wind never ceases somewhere under that swell. It is said that the General Grant remains hidden in the darkness, guarding the memories of those who never returned home. The sea does not easily surrender its dead, and the Southern Ocean even less so. It does not whisper explanations. The gold, the ship, the voices of the disappeared, everything remains silent under the waves. Part 23. The Mystery of the SVC Celia. Suddenly, adrift in the Atlantic, there are shipwrecks born in fire, others swallowed by storms, and some that disappear without ever sending a signal, a cry, or a trace, but then there are those few that leave behind a ghost. An empty ship, intact and adrift, as if its crew had simply gone down and disappeared. Among them, one of the most disturbing stories of this type emerged at the end of the 19th century, a period often idealized for its great ocean voyages and steam-powered innovation, but which also had its share of maritime enigmas. This is the story of the SVC Celia, a ship that sailed adrift through the Atlantic without a soul on board, raising questions that have not yet been answered. Built in the Liverpool shipyards in 1861, the Celia Pseudo was a 3-masted merchant ship designed to transport a large amount of cargo over long distances. Its construction was solid and reliable, nothing particularly innovative, but suitable for navigation and trusted by its owners. It spent much of its early career transporting cotton, coal, and manufactured goods between British ports and destinations throughout America, occasionally extending its range to West Africa and vice versa. In 1873, the Celia Sudden had a reputation for being a quiet and hard-working ship, Never the subject of scandals or disasters, but neither the most profitable nor the most famous. Its crew was mostly made up of veteran sailors, a close-knit group of Irish, Welsh, and English under the command of Captain Alden Price, a man known for his sense of duty, sobriety, and caution. Price was not a gambler, nor a drinker, and certainly not one to venture into a storm in search of glory. If anything, he was the type of captain whose name rarely appeared in the newspapers, which is why what happened that autumn remains so disturbing. The Cilia suddenly set sail from Pernambuco, Brazil, in early September 1873 bound for Lisbon and loaded with hardwood, sugar, and some private goods, mostly packages and personal effects of itinerant merchants. Its route would take it northeast across the tropical Atlantic, taking advantage of tailwinds off the coast of Africa before turning toward the more temperate zones near Portugal. The trip was expected to last approximately 5 weeks, depending on weather conditions. There was nothing unusual in the first weeks of the trip. Reports from passing ships suggest that it was last sighted in mid-September, about 800 meters west of the Canary Islands. At that time, it was reported to be in good condition and sailing at full sail. The weather was mild, the sea was calm, nothing out of the ordinary, and then silence. No distress signal was received, no remains were found, nothing at all. 3 weeks later, on October 9th, a British steamer, the Raven Shade, spotted a strange silhouette off the bow, near the Azores. It was a sailing ship moving weakly, drifting with the current. It was not anchored or responding to signals. The crew of the Raven Shade quickly realized that the ship was just adrift. It was disturbingly still, motionless, and with no crew visible on deck. They approached cautiously. The name painted on the stern, in faded black letters, read Red Celia. Immediately, a boarding party was sent. What they found became a maritime legend. The ship was completely intact. The sails were tattered but working. There were no signs of fire, flooding, or external damage. The hull showed no breaches. The hold, when they opened it, was still almost full. The lifeboats were still in their davits, well secured. The kitchen supplies were intact. The navigation log was still on the captain's desk, but the last entry had been made more than 3 weeks earlier, near the position where the ship had been sighted by the passing vessel. That entry contained no indication of problems, only wind speed, adjustments to the sails, and a note that the crew had sighted seabirds in the distance, but the crew had disappeared. All 16 men had vanished. Signals had still been made. There were coffee grounds in the dining room, as if someone had just prepared it, and a half-smoked pipe rested by a bunk. There were no signs of violence, no blood, no struggle. No one could understand how the crew had been able to abandon the ship so completely, leaving behind all signs of life and daily activity, without any indication of where or why they left. The first theory was mutiny. Perhaps the crew had rebelled against Captain Price and had fled in the lifeboats, but these were still there, intact. Another theory suggested that perhaps they had sighted another ship and had moved for some unknown reason, but no navigation log or report of nearby vessels mentioned receiving men from the Cilia. What could force an entire crew to abandon a ship in good condition in the middle of the ocean, leaving everything behind? The Raven Shade towed the Cilia back to Lisbon, where a more formal investigation was initiated. Divers inspected the hull and found no unusual damage to it. All the cargo was accounted for. The sails had suffered some light storm damage, but nothing extreme. Experts of the time speculated about more exotic causes, such as a sudden outbreak of disease, although there were no signs of disease on board, or perhaps some proposed that a giant wave had swept the crew off the deck, a tragic accident. But could a single wave drag all the men without damaging the ship or even disturbing the objects in the kitchen? As the case remained unresolved, rumors flourished. One of the most persistent legends had to do with a strange annotation found in the margins of the captain's private diary. Written in shaky handwriting, possibly not by Price himself, it was a single phrase, "The men whisper singing." There was nothing else. For many, it was dismissed as a joke or a flourish added by an onboard journalist who later retold the story, but for others it hinted at something stranger. Could the crew have encountered a phenomenon that caused hallucinations, such as an underwater gas vent or some form of poisonous bloom in the air? Others believed it was something supernatural, an encounter with the unknown as romantic and chilling as any seafaring story. For decades, the story of the Celia remained an obscure curiosity in maritime circles. It was auctioned, refitted, and returned to service with a new name and new trade routes. But sailors aboard its new voyages sometimes reported unease, strange sounds at night, whispers below deck, and dreams of men standing silently on the railing looking west. No accidents occurred, but the ship's reputation as a haunted ship spread. Silently haunted ship reputation persisted silently until it was decommissioned at the end of the century. Today, the story of the Celia remains officially unresolved. Maritime historians have gathered all the reports, all the sightings, all the theories, but none can explain why 16 men disappeared from a stable, undamaged ship, leaving behind all their belongings. The ocean keeps its secrets well, and, in this case, has revealed nothing. No corpses, no last words, no clues pointing to the truth. What endures is the image of the Celia, sailing slowly through the Atlantic with the sails hanging and its decks in silence. A perfectly intact but abandoned ship, a question mark in the water, and perhaps, just perhaps, a reminder that in the immensity of the sea, the border between the explainable and the mysterious is much thinner than we would like to believe. Part 24. The disappearance of the HMS Stanley, the lost battleship of Great Britain in the age of steam and steel. When the British Empire extended its influence across the oceans and continents, it was said that the sun never set on its domain. In the mid-19th century, the British Royal Navy had begun to adopt industrial advances and launch new iron-hulled ships with H-hull designed to replace the old wooden fleet. These vessels were hailed as indestructible marvels of the modern era, and their iron armor promised unparalleled resistance even in the most dangerous seas. Among the first additions to this bold new chapter in naval engineering was the HMS Stanley, a hybrid steam and sail battleship built to serve the interests of the Crown in distant waters. However, despite the promises of its design, the Stanley would become the protagonist of one of the most enigmatic maritime disappearances in Victorian history. A story of pride, secrecy, and sudden silence on the high seas. Launched in 1867 at the Royal Shipyards of Woolwich, the HMS Stanley was intended to be a multi-purpose vessel capable of carrying out diplomatic missions, transport, and, if necessary, light combat. It was neither the largest nor the most heavily armed ship in the fleet, but its innovation lay in its hybrid nature. A robust iron hull with a hull reinforced at the bow to break ice, two masts that could carry sails on long voyages to save coal, and a modest but efficient steam engine with propeller propulsion that allowed greater maneuverability in calm conditions. In early 1869, it was deemed seaworthy and assigned a special mission in the South Atlantic. According to official documents later released by the Admiralty, the Stanley's voyage was a routine diplomatic transport mission. It was to transport consular agents from Sierra Leone to various islands in the South Atlantic and eventually return to Plymouth via Ascension and St. Helena. However, in the months following its departure, rumors quickly spread that the true nature of its voyage was more clandestine. It was rumored that it was carrying a secret cargo of experimental equipment intended for use at sea, or even that underwater tests were being carried out aboard the vessel. It is still unknown whether these rumors were true or whether they were simply the product of stories told in taverns at night. What is clear is that something unusual happened once the Stanley disappeared from sight. The vessel sailed from Sierra Leone in March 1869, sailing west toward Ascension Island, and made contact with a merchant vessel, the Alona Bell, on March 19th, about 200 miles off the coast of Liberia. The captain of the Altona Bell reported that he had seen the Stanley sailing at full speed with additional sails deployed, a strange combination that suggested urgency. Its decks appeared crowded, possibly overstaffed for a diplomatic mission. The crew of the Bell greeted the Stanley, and it is said that a man shouted something unintelligible through the waves. Then the vessel continued its and disappeared on the southern horizon. That was the last time it was seen. Weeks passed, and the Admiralty issued standard communications for missing vessels. Receiving no response, search ships were sent along its intended route. The island it was supposed to visit reported no landings, nor was smoke sighted on the horizon, nor were flares seen. The Stanley had disappeared, not in a storm, not during a battle, but in open water on a clear day. With no wreckage found, suspicions grew. Some believed that the ship had been deliberately sunk to erase something, a secret operation that had gone wrong. Others pointed to foreign agents or pirates, although the South Atlantic was relatively safe at that time. The mother suggested a mechanical failure. Ships with iron holds were still in their infancy. Could a critical structural weakness have caused a sudden rupture in the hull of the ship? But even in such a case, why had no remains been found? The sea should have returned something, a barrel, a lifeboat, or a piece of coal, but it was not like that. The disappearance of the Stanley soon attracted public interest, especially among those who had loved ones on board. Among the missing were not only sailors and officers of the Royal Navy, but also at least 3 civilians. 2 men with engineering experience and a woman, Mary Elliott, described in the press as a scientific assistant accompanying one of the engineers. Her presence on the ship was never fully explained. It was later learned that one of the engineers had participated in the development of an incipient hydroacoustic technology, a dark but intriguing detail that only increased the mystery. Some began to speculate whether the Stanley had been a floating test bed for secret experiments, perhaps related to underwater detection or communication. Decades later, a strange document appeared in the Royal Maritime Museum archives. It was an unsigned and undated letter, but filed within the correspondence of 1871. It contained a vague report of an encounter near Tristan de la Cunha, a small remote island in the South Atlantic, where a local fisherman claimed to have seen a strange ship drifting near the coast late at night. He described a dark and silent ship, without lights, with its sails in tatters and the engine silent. The ship did not respond to his signals. He and other inhabitants of the island approached in a boat the following morning, but the ship had disappeared without a trace. Could it have been the Stanley? Was it adrift, with its crew missing, floating in ghostly silence through empty waters? The years turned into decades. The world moved on. And by the beginning of the 20th century, the disappearance of the Stanley was practically forgotten, overshadowed by new shipwrecks and tragedies. Its name became a footnote in naval records, a lost ship that was presumed found, but never completely abandoned the collective imagination. In the 1950s, a bottom trawler dredging the ocean west of Ascension Island recovered a huge iron plate encrusted with barnacles. Marine archaeologists later identified it as likely belonging to a mid-19th century battleship, based on its design and the pattern of the rivets. But no conclusive link to the Stanley could be established. The plate, which is now on display in a private museum in Devon, remains one of the few physical artifacts that could be related to the ship. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the story of the HMS Stanley occupies that gray space between history and myth. It represents the optimism and arrogance of a technological era, an iron and steam ship that was believed to be immune to the dangers that once destroyed wooden ships. But the ocean does not follow human rules. It does not bend to innovation or intention. It remains a realm of forces beyond our control, of the deepest silence than any storm. Whatever happened aboard the Stanley, whether it was sabotage, structural failure, or something more difficult to define, its story reminds us of the limits of knowledge. We can map the stars, predict the tides, build engines and iron holes, but we still cannot explain every whisper that is transmitted through the waves. Somewhere deep beneath those southern waters, the Stanley may still be resting, not in glory, not even in memory, but in the cold embrace of the ocean floor, with its silent decks and its secret cargo intact. Part 25. The tragedy of the SS Valentia, the shipwreck that haunts Vancouver Island. Among the endless catalog of shipwrecks lost in history, there are some that linger longer in the human imagination, not only because of the magnitude of the tragedy, but because of the echoes they leave behind. The SS Valentia was one of those ships, and its name still carries weight along the storm-lashed coast of Vancouver Island, where locals whisper about ghosts and lifeboats that came ashore empty and spooky years after the disaster. This is the story of the Valencia, a story of brutal survival, bad navigation, and a shipwreck so disturbing that it forever changed maritime safety in the Pacific Northwest. The SS Valencia was built in 1882 in Philadelphia, originally designed to serve in the coastal waters between New York and Venezuela. It was a passenger steamer with a steel hold, sharp bow, and prominent superstructure. It was not built for the treacherous waters of the North Pacific. Its design was functional, not elegant, and although it had a large capacity for both passengers and cargo, it was not considered particularly comfortable or particularly suited for navigation in the open sea. Its low freeboard, the distance between the waterline and the upper deck, made it vulnerable to heavy waves. However, at the beginning of the 20th century, it was reassigned to the Pacific routes between San Francisco, Seattle, and Alaska. Its machinery was antiquated, its design obsolete, and its age was beginning to show. However, it continued in service largely due to its usefulness and the demand for coastal passenger transport. At that time, on January 20th, 1906, the Valencia set sail from San Francisco bound for Victoria, British Columbia, with 108 passengers and 65 crew members on board. Its route would take it north, skirting the coast through the notoriously rough winter seas. There was already unease among some crew members, as the Valencia had never made that particular voyage. Navigating the Wooka Strait and the waters surrounding Vancouver Island required great nautical skill, especially in January, when storms were frequent and visibility could disappear in a matter of minutes as the ship moved north. Bad weather closed in on them. Wind, rain, and rough seas lashed the ship. Navigation instruments were difficult to read, and coastal landmarks were obscured by thick fog. At some point on the night of January 21st, the ship deviated from its course. It is believed that the captain miscalculated his position and got too close to Vancouver Island, a stretch of rugged cliffs, dense forests, and an almost inaccessible coastline known as the Pacific Graveyard. Around midnight, the Valencia crashed against a reef near Panner Point, close to the mouth of the treacherous Barkley Strait. The collision was sudden and catastrophic. Water poured through the hole in the ship, and in minutes, the engine room flooded. The crew tried to reverse the engines and move the ship away from the reef, but the vessel had already run aground in a deadly position. Huge waves were hitting its starboard side, pushing it further towards the rocks. Panic spread rapidly amid the chaos. The lifeboats were lowered, but most of them were badly launched. The rough sea immediately capsized several of them, throwing the terrified passengers into the freezing Pacific. Others became entangled in the ropes, and remains of the 7 deployed life rafts. Only one was found with survivors. The rest of the passengers, those who did not get on the boats or were dragged away, clung to the upper decks and rigging, hoping to be rescued. They could see land, a steep cliff covered in dense pine forest just a few hundred meters away, but the violent surf made it impossible to swim, and the ship was trapped in a natural amphitheater of jagged rocks and turbulent currents. For 2 days, the survivors waited on the decks as waves crashed against the Valencia. Rescue efforts were delayed by bad weather and a lack of communication. Several ships passed through the area, but were unable to spot the wreckage through the fog and rain. Those on land, mainly members of the small crew of the Panner Point Lighthouse, desperately tried to organize a rescue team, but the terrain was almost impassable. There were no roads, nor was the forest dense, wild, and treacherous. By the time the rescuers reached the cliffs overlooking the ship, it was too late to help. Eyewitnesses on the cliffs could see the passengers, including women and children, calling for help from the deck. One survivor later described seeing a woman in a red shawl holding her child as the sea surged. The rescuers on land were powerless, separated by the crushing surf and steep cliff. Then, on the 3rd night, a final wave hit the Valencia, shattered and broken. It tilted violently towards port and was swallowed by the ocean. Only 37 people survived the shipwreck, rescued by the few lifeboats that managed to arrive or by daring rescue attempts in small boats. The official death toll was 136, including all the women and children aboard. The tragedy horrified the public. Graphic newspaper illustrations showed survivors clinging to the rigging as waves consumed the decks. The phrase "ship of death" appeared again and again in the headlines, but the story did not end with the sinking. In the following years, the Valencia became the center of countless ghost stories and strange sightings. In 1910, 4 years after the disaster, a crew of local fishermen reported seeing a lifeboat drifting near Cape Bill. When they approached, they claimed to see skeletal figures sitting in the boat, silent and motionless, as if frozen in death. Before they could make contact, a sudden wave swept the lifeboat into the fog. It was never found. Other stories also emerged. Campers claimed to hear screams at night on the cliffs, or sailors spotted a ghost ship through the fog before it disappeared again. Some even claimed that the Valencia could still be seen in the shallow waters near Panner Point during certain tides, its rusty silhouette a warning from the past. In 1933, a lifeboat from the Valencia, marked with the ship's name and still in relatively good condition, was found floating in a nearby sea cave 27 years after the shipwreck. This discovery rekindled public interest in the tragedy and further fueled the legend that something about the Valencia refused to disappear. The disaster also had practical consequences. In the wake of the shipwreck, the Canadian government finally invested in building better navigational aids along the Pacific coast. More lighthouses were built, including the one at Carr Point, and the dangerous West Coast Trail, originally called Life-Saving Trail, was improved to facilitate access to remote areas in the event of future rescues. In this sense, the tragedy of the Valencia helped prevent others, but despite the improvement in security, the emotional weight of the story endured. The image of the passengers helplessly watching the coast from a doomed ship is not easily forgotten. The unanswered screams that echoed among the waves became part of the landscape between the fog and the forest. To this day, the remains of the Valencia shipwreck remain a place of reverence and caution. Divers occasionally search the area, although the ocean has reclaimed most of what remained. Locals continue to tell the story to those who ask, sometimes solemnly, sometimes with a knowing look toward the sea. The Valencia was more than just a maritime accident. It was a turning point, a reminder of human fragility in the face of nature, of the consequences of error, and the cost of delay. It is a story engraved not only on the rocky coast of Vancouver Island, but in the collective memory of all who sail the Pacific, and through the prism of history, tragedy, or folklore. The Valencia remains one of the ocean's most disturbing reminders of what it means to be truly lost at sea. Part 26. The last trip of the SV Palatine, a legend-haunted shipwreck. The sea never forgets. Throughout the centuries, countless vessels have vanished into the abyss or crashed against the rocks, their names lost to time. However, from time to time, it becomes more than a footnote in maritime history. It becomes a myth engraved not only in memory, but in stories told by firelight for generations. Such is the case of the Palatine, a merchant ship whose disappearance off the coast of Block Island in the 18th century remains one of the strangest and most persistent ghost ship legends in American folklore. Officially known as the Princess Augusta, the ship was a German Palatine vessel launched in the early 1730s and intended for the transport of passengers and goods across the Atlantic during colonial times. Trips to the New World were exhausting and dangerous. Immigrants from the Palatine region of what is now southwestern Germany, devastated by war and famine, were eager to seek a better life on the other side of the ocean. The Princess Augusta was one of many ships that promised passage to Pennsylvania or New York in exchange for long indentured servitude contracts. But for the 240 passengers who boarded the Augusta in Rotterdam in 1738, the promise of hope would soon turn to horror. The Augusta set sail in late summer, crowded and lacking sufficient provisions. Within weeks of departure, an epidemic broke out, probably typhus or dysentery, aggravated by unsanitary conditions and contaminated water stored in barrels below deck. As the ship crossed the Atlantic, More than 100 passengers died. The crew, demoralized and facing their own illness, began throwing corpses overboard without ceremony. It is said that Captain Andrew Brooke was erratic and indifferent, unwilling to change course to any safe harbor. By December, the ship had drifted north of its intended route, battered by winter storms and without reliable navigation. Versions differ as to whether this was due to a navigational error, an intentional diversion by the crew, or simply the chaos of a sick ship at sea. In any case, the Augusta was soon caught in heavy gales off the coast of New England and on December 26th ran aground on Block Island, south of Rhode Island. What happened next is where history and legend begin to merge. The scant official record states that the ship was wrecked during a storm and that the survivors managed to reach the shore, some with help from the islanders. The captain died shortly after the shipwreck, possibly of illness. Several dozen passengers were rescued from the island and taken to the mainland, but the fate of many others remains unclear. The legend that took root afterward tells a much darker story. According to oral traditions passed down by the inhabitants of Block Island, the ship, known locally as the Palatine for its passengers, was deliberately run aground. Some versions claim that the crew mutinied, looted the passengers, and abandoned ship, leaving the sick and weak to die. Others accuse the islanders themselves of lighting false signal fires on the coast, a deceptive tactic used to attract ships. Wrecked on the rocks so they could plunder their cargo, a common practice on the treacherous coasts of the 17th and 18th centuries. There is one disturbing detail that is repeated in almost all versions: the woman in white. Survivors and locals claimed that, in the days following the shipwreck, a German woman half-crazed with grief refused to leave the ship. Her screams echoed off the cliffs as the ship burned. Finally, she was seen standing on the bow, her dress whipped by the wind, as the flames consumed the remains of the ship and she sank with it. Her body was never recovered. That would have been the end of the story, a forgotten colonial tragedy, if not for what followed. In the early 19th century, and for more than a century, the inhabitants of Block Island reported a strange phenomenon known as the Palatine Light. On stormy winter nights, especially around the anniversary of the shipwreck, fishermen and locals claimed to see a ship on fire offshore, a bright form half submerged in the dark waves, flickering as if consumed by flames. No matter how many times they approached it, it disappeared without a trace. Some claimed to hear screams, anguished and ghostly cries rising from the sea. Others said they had seen the figure of a woman standing among the spectral flames, her hands outstretched and her face pale and unrecognizable. In 1869, the poet John Greenleaf Whittier immortalized the story in his poem, The Palatine, in which he recounted the legend of the doomed ship and the ghostly light that still haunted the coast. The poem gave literary weight to the story and consolidated the transformation of the ship from tragic history to enduring folklore. Skeptics have long tried to explain away the Palatine Light. Some believe it is a natural atmospheric illusion caused by a mixture of refraction, fog, and the lights of passing ships. Others suggest that it is the psychological imprint of a collective trauma that resonates through generations. But not everyone is convinced. In the 20th century, several attempts were made to locate the remains of the Princess Augusta. In 1925, divers combed the coastal shelf using sonar and historical charts to estimate the probable location of the shipwreck. Fragments of 18-inch timbers were recovered along with rusted hardware and fragments of pottery. These could belong to any colonial ship, but many believe they are from the Augusta. Some artifacts are preserved in the Block Island Historical Society, labeled simply as from the Palatine shipwreck, but the ship remains missing. No complete remains have ever been found, just as the Palatine Light only appears in brief flashes on stormy nights. So the remains of the shipwreck remain out of reach, as if protected by the sea itself. For the islanders, the Palatine is more than a legend. It is part of the island's identity, a tragic symbol of the cruelty of humanity and the indifference of the sea. It remains a matter of debate whether the islanders were villains or saviors, whether the woman in white was real or mythical, but her cry still resonates in the stories that are passed down from parents to children, generation after generation. In the end, the Princess Augusta, or Palatine, as it is most often remembered, stands as one of the most enduring maritime ghost stories in American lore. A ship destined to bring hope and salvation became a floating tomb, and its flame continues to burn in the imagination of those who listen attentively to the waves surrounding Block Island. Even now, some say that if you stand on the cliffs in late December and the wind blows in the right direction, you will see an orange glow in the sea and perhaps hear the change of the wind carrying with it the cry of a woman, a roar of anguish torn from the depths of time. And, for a moment, you will wonder if the past has really disappeared or if, like Palatine's light, it simply floats out there waiting to be seen. Part 27. The Forgotten Shipwreck of the HMS Association, a silent tomb in the Isles of Scilly. It was the year 1707, and Great Britain was at the height of its naval power. The War of the Spanish Succession was wreaking havoc in Europe, and British fleets sailed the seas, imposing the dominion of the empire. At the center of this expansion was the Royal Navy, led by some of the most experienced admirals of the era, including Admiral Sir Cloudesley Shovel, a name that had become synonymous with victory, loyalty to the crown, and an unwavering faith in naval supremacy. But at the twilight of his career, Shovel's last voyage aboard the HMS Association would not end in glory, but in one of the greatest naval disasters in British history, which highlighted the deadly consequences of navigation errors and whose sunken remains would remain intact under the waves for more than 2 centuries. The HMS Association was a second-rate ship launched in 1697 and armed with 90 cannons spread over several decks. It was large, formidable, and robustly built, designed to inspire respect from friends and enemies alike. In 1707, the ship served as the flagship of Admiral Shovel's fleet. After several months stationed in the Mediterranean, the fleet received orders to return to England. Their mission had concluded, and it was time to take the war-weary sailors back home. On September 29, 1707, the fleet set sail from Gibraltar. The trip was plagued by bad weather from the start. Strong winds and low visibility lashed the ships as they headed northwest across the Atlantic. Navigation in the early 18th century was a mix of science and intuition. Sailors relied on dead reckoning, celestial navigation, and nautical charts that were often vague or incomplete. The biggest challenge of all was determining longitude. While latitude could be estimated with reasonable accuracy by measuring the angle of the sun or stars, there was no reliable way to measure a ship's position east or west, making it terribly easy to miscalculate the location by hundreds of miles. As the British fleet approached the southwestern entrance to the English Channel, its navigators believed they were safe from the coast and assumed they had passed west of the Isles of Scilly, a small rocky archipelago off the coast of Cornwall. The fleet continued at full sail, unaware that it was heading straight for disaster. On the night of October 22, 1707, tragedy struck. As night fell and visibility worsened even more, the fleet sailed straight into the reefs and hidden sandbanks of the Isles of Scilly. The HMS Association was the first to collide, and in a matter of seconds, its hull was shattered by the underwater rocks. The immense ship, still loaded with all its armament, provisions, and more than 800 men, began to take on water rapidly. Panic seized the crew. Some sailors tried to lower the boats. Others clung to the floating wreckage, but the sea did not forgive. Within minutes, the association broke in two and sank beneath the waves. 3 other ships of the fleet, the Eagle, the Romney, and the Firebrand, also crashed against the rocks and were completely lost. Nearly 2,000 men perished that night, including Admiral Shovel himself. According to a persistent legend, Shovel survived the shipwreck and was washed ashore on one of the islands. A local woman found him wounded but alive. Recognizing the admiral and his ornate ring, she murdered him for the jewels and secretly buried his body. Although the story is fascinating, historical evidence suggests that the admiral died in the shipwreck. His body was later recovered and buried in Westminster Abbey under a large monument. The disaster shocked the British public. How could such an experienced admiral in command of the Royal Navy's powerful naval armament commit such a colossal navigational error? The answer lay in the limitations of the maritime science of that era. The catastrophe highlighted the urgent need for a reliable method of determining longitude at sea. In response, Parliament passed the Longitude Act of 1714, which offered a reward of £2,000, equivalent to millions today, to anyone who could develop a method to accurately calculate longitude. This incentive eventually led to one of the great scientific advances of the 18th century, the invention of the marine chronometer by John Harrison, a device that revolutionized navigation and saved countless lives in the centuries that followed. But for the men of the association, the solution came too late. After the disaster, the remains of the association were largely forgotten. The Isles of Scilly remained sparsely populated, and no serious effort was made to locate the sunken flagship. The story survived in naval records and occasional accounts, but the ocean silently swallowed the details. It was not until the 20th century, more than 250 years later, that the remains resurfaced from their watery grave. In 1967, a team of divers led by Rex Cowan discovered the remains of the HMS Association off the coast of the Isles of Scilly. What they found was extraordinary. The seabed was covered with bronze cannons, iron bullets, and the remains of what was once a mighty warship. Even more surprising was the cargo. Thousands of gold and silver coins scattered among the wreckage. The treasure was not loot or illicit wealth, but the pay and currency carried by the fleet, lost along with the men it was supposed to support. The discovery unleashed a storm of interest among historians, treasure hunters, and the general public. It also raised ethical questions about salvage rights, historical preservation, and the dignity owed to what was, in effect, a mass grave. Although many of the coins were recovered and sold at auction, a significant portion of the remains remains intact, protected by law and respected by the diving community. Today, the remains of the association shipwreck are not only a spectacle of historical curiosity, but a sobering monument to human error, ambition, and the power of the sea. The disaster redefined naval navigation and helped usher in an era of scientific advances, but its cost was incalculable. The storm, the rocks, and the darkness came together in a perfect moment of miscalculation, taking with it hundreds of lives in one of the most chilling maritime tragedies ever. Recorded on the British coasts. For those who travel the wind-swept cliffs of the Isles of Scilly today, it is easy to imagine the ghostly silhouette of the ship emerging from the waves on a moonless night. The cannons still lie under the waves, their mouths pointing to the sky, as if demanding justice. And perhaps, just perhaps, the sea remembers the cries of the men lost in its cold embrace. Echoes trapped in the currents that go endlessly into the depths. Part 28. The Cursed Voyage of the SSR Medan, a shipwreck shrouded in death and darkness. In the long and haunted annals of maritime legend, few stories have inspired as much speculation, fear, and intrigue as that of the SSR Medan. Unlike other shipwrecks whose remains can be touched, measured, and cataloged, the Medan exists in a shadowy realm of half-truths and unanswered questions. It is a mystery shrouded in smoke and silence, a ghost ship story so strange and terrifying that some have questioned whether it really happened. But somewhere between myth and reality, something happened. Something left a trail of whispers, strange reports, and a chilling narrative that has refused to die. The Urung Medan may not have left behind a traceable shipwreck, but it left a legacy of fear and a warning about what happens when man ventures too far into unknown seas. The first known reference to the Urung Medan comes from Dutch and Indonesian sources from the late 1940s. According to these reports, the ship was sailing through the Strait of Malacca, one of the busiest in the world between Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula. The Urung Medan, translated as Man of Medan, was supposedly a Dutch-flagged or possibly Panamanian freighter, although its real origin remains unknown to this day. The story begins with a series of desperate distress calls picked up by several ships nearby. The message sent in Morse code was cryptic and chilling. All officers, including the captain, are dead in the navigation room and on the bridge. The entire crew may be dead. There was a pause followed by a final transmission. I'd die after that. Silence. One of the ships that reportedly received the call was an American vessel, the Silver Star, located relatively close, which immediately changed course to assist the distressed freighter. Hours later, the Silver Star encountered the Unexplained adrift, without propulsion, in a calm sea under a scorching tropical sun. The freighter showed no signs of damage on the outside, nor was there any indication of fire, collision, or grounding, but it was eerily still. No crew appeared on deck, no signals were sent, and no movement was perceived inside. A boarding team from the Silver Star boarded the Unexplained, and what they found was a nightmare scene. The entire crew was dead, their bodies scattered across the decks and hallways, each frozen in expressions of absolute terror, some with their arms outstretched as if defending against an invisible attacker. Others lay with their mouths open and eyes wide, wrapped in silent screams. The radio operator, the man who had sent the distress call, was found dead at his post, with his fingers still resting on the Morse key. Even the ship's dog, which used to be a faithful companion on the long, was found lifeless, with its lips curled in a final grimace of panic. But perhaps most disturbing of all was that there were no wounds, no blood, no visible injuries, no signs of violence or struggle. What had killed the crew had done so invisibly and with chilling efficiency. The members of the boarding team reported that they felt an oppressive sense of dread as they moved through the ship. The atmosphere was described as icy despite the tropical heat outside. Some claimed to feel the weight of invisible gazes watching them, while others said to hear whispers or footsteps in parts of the ship they had not yet explored. Knowing that they could not tow the Unexplained without a living crew, the captain of the Silver Star decided to moor it and tow it to port for investigation. But before they could get far, smoke began to come from the hold of the Unexplained. The boarding team hurriedly returned to their ship, and, moments later, an explosion shattered the hull of the ghost ship. Flames rose to the sky, and the Unexplained burned furiously and sank below the surface of the sea, taking with it any remaining evidence of what had happened on board. The exact location of the shipwreck has never been confirmed, and no verified remains have ever been recovered. If they existed, they were lost in the depths, and the vessel's identity remains shrouded in mystery. There is no official maritime record of a ship with that name, no flag record, no crew manifest, no records of ports of call. Some believe that the ship never existed, while others insist that the lack of documentation is proof of a cover-up over the years. Several theories have been proposed to explain the fate of the Unexplained and its unfortunate crew. Some are scientifically based, others are fantastic. One theory suggests that the ship was carrying a highly dangerous chemical cargo, possibly a mixture of potassium cyanide and nitroglycerin, or even a stash of nerve warfare agents. A leak or chemical reaction in the sealed hold could have released toxic gases that killed the crew in a matter of minutes. The increase in temperature in the hold could have then ignited the volatile chemicals, causing the explosion that sank the vessel. This theory explains the sudden, bloodless deaths and the absence of external wounds, but it does not explain the expressions of extreme terror on the faces of the crew or the glacial cold that was reported on board the ship. Another theory points to carbon monoxide poisoning. A malfunction of the ship's boiler system could have released lethal amounts of carbon monoxide, silently suffocating the crew before they could react. This would explain the absence of trauma, but leaves unanswered questions about the widespread panic and horror witnessed on board. Then there are more speculative explanations. Some believe that the ship encountered a supernatural force, perhaps a spirit or entity brought on board unknowingly by a crew member. Others claim that the Unexplained was involved in clandestine military experiments or the smuggling of radioactive materials. In this version, the crew were simply pawns in a larger game, and the destruction of the ship was deliberate, an attempt to erase the evidence before authorities or foreign governments could discover the truth. Perhaps the most far-fetched theory is that the ship was attacked by something not of this world. Advocates of the extraterrestrial hypothesis point to the electromagnetic interference observed in some versions of the story, the strange behavior of the corpses, and the abrupt and violent end of the ship. They argue that the crew may have witnessed something that should not have been seen, something that looked back at them. The skeptics, of course, dismiss the whole matter as an elaborate hoax. They point to the inconsistency of reports, the lack of verifiable sources, and the mysterious nature of the ship itself. They argue that the story of the Orang Medan is nothing more than a modern ghost story that has been embellished over time to become a legend. However, the story persists. Writers, researchers, and historians have tried to unravel the mystery for decades. Some have traced the story back to an article published in the Proceedings of the Merchant Marine Council in 1952. Others have found references in obscure Dutch publications from 1948, but no one has been able to definitively confirm or refute the existence of the ship today. The Orang Medan lives on in whispers, wandering the darkest corners of maritime law like a specter in the fog. The idea of a lost ship, not by weather or war, but by something unknown and invisible, continues to haunt those who spend their lives at sea. It is a story without a grave, without remains, and without resolution. And perhaps that is why it endures, because the Orang Medan reminds us that there are still places on this earth, and in the oceans that surround it where the rules we rely on may not apply, and where even the most experienced sailors can disappear silently somewhere beneath the waves. If the ship really existed, its rusted bones lie scattered on the seabed, but its story continues to float just above the surface, carried by the tide as a warning in the vast and dark heart of the ocean. There are still things we don't know. No, we understand. Part 29, The Mystery of the Ghost Ship of Ko Bay, a modern shipwreck without a past. In the early morning hours of October 16, 1990, a Danish Navy patrol boat was conducting a routine sweep of the calm waters of Ko Bay, south of Copenhagen. The weather was clear, the sea relatively calm, and there was no indication that the day would be different from any other. But that would change shortly after 6 a.m. The radar detected an unexpected point. A small drifting boat showing no signs of movement or communication. The patrol boat approached cautiously, expecting to encounter a fishing boat or a drifting pleasure craft. What they found, however, would defy all logic, grab international headlines, and leave researchers and conspiracy theorists searching for answers. The vessel, a small H-shaped steel motorboat, about 12 meters long, was slightly listing to starboard, but otherwise appeared intact. The paint was worn, and there were no visible markings or identification on the hull, no registration number, no country of origin, no name, and no distress signal had been sent. No prior report of a missing vessel matching its description had been filed. It was, for all intents and purposes, a ghost ship. When the Danish authorities boarded the vessel, the feeling of unease immediately intensified. The interior of the ship showed signs of sudden abandonment. A kettle had been left boiling on the stove. There were cups on a table, as if someone had just served tea. The beds in the tiny cabins were unmade, but not ransacked. There were maps spread out in the navigation area with pencil annotations that appeared recent and surrounded regions of the North Sea and parts of the Baltic. But most strikingly, the ship was completely empty. There was not a single person on board, no crew, no personal effects, no logbook, no signs of foul play, no indication of mechanical failure, nothing, and the mystery had only just begun. The investigators soon realized that they had no record of this ship having entered Danish waters. It had no transponder, no AIS signal, no documentation of origin, no name or registration. It was impossible to trace its ownership. The engines were running, the fuel tanks were half full, and according to forensic analysis, the food on board was fresh. Danish authorities estimated that the crew had abandoned the ship between 24 and 48 hours before it was found, but weather reports from previous days indicated no storms or incidents in the area that could have caused panic. A more detailed inspection raised more questions than answers. The wiring inside the ship, the control panel, was strange, modified in an amateur way, but with a clear purpose. It seemed that someone had rewired the electrical systems, including the ship's internal communications and possibly even the navigation computer. But to what end? Investigators also discovered a small sealed compartment hidden beneath a panel in the kitchen floor. Inside, they found what appeared to be scientific equipment: crystal files, sample containers, a portable microscope, and a logbook with annotations in Russian. The entries were partially illegible due to water damage, but some legible phrases were distinguishable: bioluminescence density in subsurface layers and thermal fluctuation inconsistent with the environmental environment. This discovery turned the case from a mystery into a possible international incident. Was the clandestine ship a research vessel, a spy ship conducting illegal research or surveillance under the guise of fishing boat? The Danish government, after reviewing the materials, made the unusual decision to issue a statement declaring the ship of unknown origin and classifying the case as closed for lack of evidence. The vessel was finally towed to a naval shipyard and dismantled for scrap. Any remaining documentation or artifacts recovered from the hidden compartment were, if rumors are to be believed, handed over to intelligence services, but the mystery would not be so easily buried in the weeks following the incident. Amateur radio operators from all over Scandinavia began sharing strange stories. Several claimed to have picked up fragments of short-wave message transmissions in English and Russian with a heavy accent, around the same time the ghost ship was discovered. Some of these operators, working from Norway and Sweden, said the messages contained references to a specimen containment failure and an unauthorized breach of the surface. Naturally, speculation ran wild. Was the vessel carrying out secret biological experiments? Had it recovered something from the ocean that was too dangerous to contain? Some linked it to older stories of strange marine organisms extracted from the depths, plankton blooms with unknown DNA signatures, or luminescent forms seen just below the surface during sonar scans. Others insisted that the ship's disappearance was the result of something paranormal, perhaps a collective hallucination caused by exposure to gases from the seabed, or even an encounter with an unidentified submerged object. More sensible theories suggested that the crew might have abandoned the ship out of fear or illness, but no trace of them was found either. No bodies washed ashore, and no drifting lifeboats were reported. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. The fate of the crew remains one of the greatest mysteries in modern European maritime history. Interestingly, years later, an article appeared in a scientific journal in St. Petersburg describing an unregistered marine expedition off the Norwegian continental shelf in the late 1980s. The article, written in vague terms and full of censored fragments, referred to data lost due to an unrecoverable accident in the field and a temporary environmental anomaly. Although it never mentioned the Mudun or any other ship by name, some researchers have established connections between this dark article and the ghost ship of C.B. Gay. As for the ship itself, its exact design has been much debated. The photographs taken by local newspapers show a utilitarian hull, a minimalist construction, and what appears to be reinforced shielding around the bow, something unusual for a vessel of that size. Some have theorized that it could be a prototype built for short missions, and that it was never officially registered. Others see it as a relic of the Cold War, a vestige of the murky naval games that were fought in the shadowy waters of the Baltic and the Barents Sea. Even more disturbing are the stories told by those who were part of the original boarding team. Years later, a Danish officer came forward anonymously and claimed that the ship had an unsettling atmosphere, a feeling of being watched. He described hearing a slight metallic tinkling, like footsteps on the deck, even after everyone had disembarked. Another sailor reported strange dreams for weeks afterwards, full of images of black water, whispering voices, and a pulsating red light shining from the depths. Nowadays, the story of the Cub Gay ghost ship is rarely mentioned officially. It exists in fragments, newspaper clippings, declassified remains, and old interviews conducted in shadowy naval bars. No government has assumed responsibility, no one's identity has ever been established, and no trace of the crew has ever appeared. It remains one of the rare modern mysteries of shipwrecks in which we know exactly when the ship appeared, but we have no idea where it came from, why it was there, or how its story ended. Clear and shallow waters of the Seagay Bay. No trace of a ship remains, but those who remember the day it was found still speak of it in hushed tones. A steel ghost that emerged from nowhere and disappeared just as quickly, leaving only questions in an era of satellites, tracking systems, and digital records. It is perhaps the last great mystery of the modern sea, a reminder that the ocean, even along its most traveled routes, can still harbor secrets darker than the abyss. Part 30. Last voyage of the HMS Eurus, a ghost ship in broad daylight off the south coast of England, where the waters of the English Channel churn and stretch under a gray sky and white cliffs. A naval catastrophe occurred in 1878 that would be etched in British maritime memory. It was not just any shipwreck, but the sudden and violent end of a vessel much loved by the Royal Navy, which carried not only sailors, but also the hopes of a new generation of seafarers. What made the tragedy even more disturbing was not only how the vessel met its fate, but what happened afterwards. Repeated sightings, ghostly reports, and a legacy that remains etched in the air above the sea. The ship was the HMS Eurus, a Royal Navy training ship with 26 cannons, originally launched in 1843. When it met its fate, it had been refitted and reassigned to serve as a training ship for young sailors, a floating school that embodied the transition between the wooden ships of the Napoleonic era and the modern navy of the Victorian era. It was not a warship in the heat of battle or a vessel carrying secret cargo. It was, in many ways, a symbol of progress, an elegant full-rig sailing ship intended to teach rather than to fight. On March 6, 1878, the Eurus set sail from the Caribbean island of Bermuda to begin its journey back to England. On board were more than 300 men, young sailors, instructors, officers, and crew, all eager to complete the long journey home. The mood was high, the weather was good for weeks, and the ship glided across the Atlantic with its white sails billowing against the infinite blue sky. But on Sunday, March 24th of 1878, as the Eurus approached the white sand corridor, within sight of its home, the sea turned against it in a moment of catastrophic swiftness. That morning, the weather was still calm, with little wind and some rays of sunshine breaking through the clouds. The coast could be seen, and families were preparing to receive their children and husbands. The crew on deck was preparing to dock when, without warning, a huge storm swept in from the north. Modern meteorologists believe that it was a rare phenomenon called Leon, a sudden and violent burst of bad weather that fell like a wall from the sky. The storm hit the Eurus just off Dew's Point. The calm was broken in an instant. Fierce winds lashed the rigging, and torrential rain lashed the decks before the crew could furl the sails. The wind hit them with all its force, pushing the ship to one side and unbalancing it. The ship heeled sharply. Water entered through the gun ports and over the sides. Within minutes, the Eurus capsized and sank. Of the more than 300 souls that were on board, only 2 men survived. Eyewitnesses on the coast watched helplessly as the tragedy unfolded. The ship's descent was so rapid and brutal that there was no time for lifeboats or distress signals. One moment it was sailing towards safety, and the next it had disappeared, swallowed by the sea in broad daylight. The loss of the Eurus devastated the nation. Queen Victoria herself expressed her grief. Newspapers across England published front-page illustrations of the elegant training ship sinking under a stormy sky. A large-scale salvage operation was quickly initiated. The remains of the shipwreck were found in shallow waters, almost intact. His MKS tangled in the sea. The recovery process was heartbreaking. Divers pulled the bodies of the young sailors out one by one. Many were still in their hammocks under deck, drowned before knowing the ship sank. Others were found embraced, frozen in their final moments of terror. It took days to recover the corpses. The final count was 3,177 dead. A court of investigation was convened and concluded that the tragedy was the result of an unforeseen meteorological phenomenon, an exceptionally violent meteorological phenomenon, without negligence nor enemy action, only the unpredictable fury of nature. But, As usually happens with sudden and massive losses, the official explanations did little to calm the collective unease, and in the weeks and months following the disaster, reports began to emerge that turned the maritime tragedy into a ghost story. Everything began with the fishermen off the coast near the Isle of Wight. The sailors began to whisper that they had seen a ship with all the rigging in the fog, always appearing in the same place, near the bow, and always disappearing without prior notice. Some claimed to have seen the ship right after the sunset, with the sails unfurled and shining in the light of the sunset, sailing quickly through a calm sea. But when they looked again, it had disappeared without making noise, without leaving remains nor waves. Then came the testimonies from the Navy officers. In 1902, the crew of a training ship of the Royal Navy reported that they had seen the Eurus sailing at full sail in direction towards them. Alarmed, they changed course to avoid collision, but the ship disappeared before their eyes. Some described the ship as shining faintly. Others said it was completely silent, even though its sails were unfurled and the wind was strong. But perhaps the most famous sighting came from none other than Prince Edward himself, the future King Edward VIII, while visiting the Isle of Wight in 1930. He claimed to have seen a ship with all the rigging pass through the fog off the coast, precisely where the Eurus had sunk. It moved constantly and silently, and then disappeared. The prince commented later that he had no explanation for what he had seen, but he was sure it had not been a trick of the light. Throughout the decades, the sightings persisted. Some were dismissed as hallucinations or misidentifications of other ships, but others could not be explained so easily. The nautical charts noted the frequent reports of the locals that spoke of the ghost ship of the channel, and even now, in the era of radar and the GPS, sometimes strange signals are recorded in the waters near the place where the Eurus sunk, signals that move like a ship and then disappear without leaving a trace. What makes the legend of the Eurus so enduring is its proximity. It was not about a ship lost in some remote corner of the world. It was not ancient, unknown, or wrapped in myth. It was seen, known, and mourned, and then it became something more, something that kept appearing as if it refused to be forgotten. Nowadays, in the city of Shanklin, on the Isle of Wight, a monument stands in memory of the lives lost aboard the Eurus. The ship, long ago shattered by the sea, did not leave any permanent remains to explore, but its story endures. The local lore still speaks of the ghost ship. Some say that it appears to those lost at sea as a spectral guide that takes them back to the safety of land. Others believe that it is a warning, a reminder that no ship, no matter how close to home, is out of the reach of destiny. In the vast book of maritime history, there are stories of disappeared ships, ghost crews, ghostly lights, and unexplainable events. But the Eurus stands out because it did not disappear in the night nor fade in rumor, but died in the light of day, in sight of witnesses. And even so it keeps sailing, a ghost ship seen by princes and fishermen alike, a ship sunk by the weather but preserved in history. The Eurus remains one of the most fascinating tales of the sea, not for how it sunk, but for what it became, a memory in movement, a ship that, even in death, refused to stop sailing. Part 31. The disappearance of the SV Cottage City, a ship lost twice. The SV Cottage City seems like a simple story of maritime tragedy. A steamship of the 19th century that disappeared during a treacherous crossing along icy waters off the coast of Alaska. But the more one delves into its history, the more complicated and strange the narration becomes. Unlike most shipwrecks, whose last moments are frozen in time, the Cottage City has the disturbing distinction of being a ship that apparently disappeared not once, but twice, each time in circumstances that defy conventional understanding. The Cottage City was built in 1890, a robust wooden steamship destined to serve as a transatlantic vessel for passengers and merchandise during the height of the Klondike Gold Rush. It was designed for the harsh northern routes between Seattle and Skagway, in Alaska, a kind of lifeline between civilization and the isolated gold deposits of the Yukon. At 26 feet in length, it was not the biggest ship of the fleet, but it was considered reliable and fast. Its crew, mostly veterans of the Pacific trade routes, trusted its hull and its engines, and for years it did an admirable job transporting everything from prospectors and mining equipment to sacks of mail and government personnel through some of the most unpredictable maritime terrains on Earth. The sea routes that it traveled were far from easy. The interior passage, a winding network of islands and straits, could become deadly in a matter of minutes. Icebergs glided silently during the night. Storms arrived from the Gulf of Alaska without prior notice. Visibility was usually poor. The cottage city had already suffered some distressing accidents before the trip that would seal its destiny. On November 6, 1908, the cottage city set sail from Skagway under a low sky, heading south toward Seattle with all its passengers and a crew of more than 40 people on board. Among them were gold prospectors returning home to spend the winter, employees and officials from various mining settlements, and a large shipment of gold that, it is said, had a value of more than $250,000 at that time. Despite the lateness of the season and the storm forecasts, Captain W.H. Johnson trusted his ability to reach port in 3 days. The ship was last seen off the coast of Baranof Island, sailing steadily in an increasingly rough sea, and then nothing was heard again. No distress signal, no sighting, no remains, no survivors. A large-scale search was launched in the following 48 hours. The United States Coast Guard Service, local fishing boats, and even private steamers combed the area, but no trace of the cottage city was found. No lifeboats, no remains, nothing. The sea seemed to have swallowed the ship completely. The months passed, and the story grabbed the headlines on the Pacific coast. The grieving families asked for answers. The theories range from a sudden collision with an iceberg to a catastrophic explosion of the boiler. Some speculated that the ship could have collided with a submerged rocky formation and sunk so quickly that nobody had time to escape. Others suspected a criminal act, an ingenious plan to make the valuable cargo vanish. But without proof, the tragedy became one of the maritime mysteries. Then, something impossible occurred 6 years later, in June 1914. A ship with the name of Cottage City was sighted off the coast of British Columbia, adrift in silence, without crew and showing signs of a prolonged exposure to the elements. A crew of fishermen from Prince Rupert affirmed to have seen it through the fog of the early morning, with the chimneys blackened and the sails hanging in tatters. The hull was covered with barnacles, and the windows were broken or missing. The men approached with caution, thinking that they had found an abandoned ship that was worth rescuing. But when approaching, a strange sensation invaded them. The air around the ship was abnormally still, and the temperature was notably colder than that of the surrounding sea. One of the crew members, a seasoned sailor with decades of sea experience, later said, "It seemed as if the ship no longer belonged in this world." The men went aboard. The decks were rotten, and the ship's interior was flooded and covered in mold, as if it had been adrift for years. But the most chilling thing of all was the plaque with the name on the bow, Cottage City. The authorities were alerted, and when the maritime officials arrived 2 days later, the ship had disappeared without a trace. The account of the crew was dismissed as an error of identification or an exaggeration, and the case was filed discreetly. However, during the following 2 decades, at least 4 other similar sightings were registered, always in the same coastal region, always with fog or at night, and always describing the same ghostly ship. A steamship in decomposition adrift, without lights, sound, or crew. Some of these reports came from experienced captains, others from coastal lighthouse keepers. An account from 1927 by a ship of the Canadian Navy described an encounter with a ghost steamship that coincided almost exactly with the specifications of the Cottage City. It disappeared into the fog as suddenly as it had appeared. The question that nobody could answer was whether the Cottage City had sunk in 1908. How could it continue adrift years later? A theory is that a ship similar to the Cottage City had been renamed, had been lost, and then was confused in the fog of the legend. Maritime history is full of recycled hulls and renamed ships, but the naval records of the time do not show any duplicate with that name. And the original Cottage City, with its distinctive design, accessories, and torn steel structure, was unmistakable to those who had served on board. Another more disturbing theory is that the cottage city did not sink in the conventional sense, but rather slipped into a strange pocket of reality to reappear intermittently, trapped between the present and another state of existence. The stories of the local fishermen speak of marine ghosts, ships that cross to another world under the waves and return at random, carrying with them the echoes of the lost and drowned. And then there are the rumors about gold. It is said that the divers who later explored the seabed near the last known location of the cottage city discovered a metallic box wedged deep in a ditch, half buried by quicksand. Inside were ingots of raw gold stamped with marks from mines of Skagway. If it were true, this would confirm that the ship sank, but, according to what is reported, the box was removed and there is no public record of its recovery. Some believe that the gold was claimed in secret by private interests. Others say that it was cursed, that the gold itself was why the ship could never rest. Nowadays, Cottage City is remembered in hushed tones among maritime historians, a ship that disappeared without a trace, only to reappear as a ghost, as if it resisted being forgotten. Unlike the great maritime tragedies that leave behind remains, survivors, and tombs, the cottage city remains ambiguous. There was no final moment, no last radio transmission, nor answer to the most basic questions. Where did it go? In a Seattle museum, one of the original telegraphs of the cottage city is preserved under glass. It was recovered years before the ship disappeared, when it underwent routine remodeling. The dial is permanently frozen forward, as if the ship were still trying to reach its destination. And maybe it is out there in the fog of the north. Adrift, forgotten by the currents, a ghostly silhouette in the distance, with the sails broken and aged until unrecognizable, but still advancing toward the home that it will never reach. The cottage city continues to be an enigma written on the water, a ship lost twice, once in the sea and again in the realm of the unexplainable, a ship that, even in death, seems unable to find its place. Part 34. The Shipwreck of the SS Valencia. Nightmare in the limits of Vancouver in the dark of the theater of the maritime tragedy. Few shipwrecks unfold with the frightful suspense and the impotent horror of the SS Valencia. Its last voice, in January of 1906, became one of the most devastating and mysterious disasters of the coast of the Pacific, a story woven from cliffs, storms, bad luck, and a coast so treacherous that it earned Monica the nickname of the Cemetery of the Pacific. What distinguishes the story of the Valencia is not only the astonishing loss of life, but the surreal nature of its final hours. The people that observed from the cliffs, powerless to help, lifeboats that disappeared in nothing, and survivors that later spoke of things that defied all explanation. In the years following the shipwreck, this became a source of disturbing fascination. Even today, some claim that its ghostly silhouette can still be seen off the coast of Vancouver Island, a ghost trapped forever in its final moments. The SS Valencia was a steam passenger ship built in 1882 and originally designed for the warmer waters and milder climate of the Atlantic. It was not a big ship for the standards of the ocean liners, with only 252 feet of length, but it had fame of reliable. It was later transferred to the Pacific route between San Francisco and Seattle, where it provided service as a coastal vessel for the West Coast. By 1906, it had already passed its prime. Its navigation systems were obsolete, the hull was worn, and it lacked a double bottom, a characteristic that could have made all the difference in what was to come. On January 20th, 1906, the Valencia set sail from San Francisco with 173 people on board, including men, women, children, and crew. Its destination was Seattle, and although the Pacific Northwest was known for its winter storms, the trip was expected to be routine. However, as the ship moved north, a thick fog descended, the sky turned gray, and the sea began to hit the hull hard. The strong headwinds slowed the Valencia, forcing it to navigate closer to the coast than usual. Night fell, and visibility grew worse. In an era prior to GPS or radar, captains navigated with nautical charts, compasses, and dead-reckoning navigation tools, which could easily lead to error in such adverse weather conditions. When the crew realized they were lost, it was already too late. At approximately midnight on January 22nd, the Valencia struck a reef near Penna Point, south of Cape Beale, on Vancouver Island. The collision opened a hole in the bow, and the ship began to flood fast. The engines failed, the lights flickered and went out. Panic spread through the corridors, while huge waves hit the sides and sharp rocks hit the bottom. The Valencia was trapped, and what was worse, it had run aground on one of the most implacable stretches of coast in the world, known as the Graveyard of the Pacific. The west coast of Vancouver Island is plagued by reefs, narrow channels, and imposing cliffs. It is a place where storms form quickly, where the coast offers no safe harbor, and where rescue can take days. At dawn, the horror of the situation became evident. The Valencia was in sight of land, but it was a land that offered no help. It was trapped between the sea and the cliffs, too far from the coast to swim and too close to survive the onslaught of the waves. Lifeboats were lowered, but the chaos of the storm, the inexperience of the passengers, and the mismanagement of the crew led to disaster. Some boats flooded, others capsized, throwing passengers into the icy sea. A lifeboat with 11 aboard was never seen again. The passengers clung to the upper decks and masts. It was raining coldly. Huge waves broke against the ship, tearing off the lifeboats, the rigging, and the people. Women and children huddled under tarpaulins, praying, crying, singing hymns. Eyewitnesses from the cliffs, who had gathered to watch, later described a scene that seemed more like a nightmare. People were waving their arms frantically from the deck and shouting towards the distant coast, their voices barely audible above the roar of the waves. Some jumped into the sea in desperation, disappearing in seconds. Others remained motionless, resigned to their fate. Messages were sent asking for help, but the geography and weather made rescue slow. The tugs and steamers sent from nearby ports struggled to reach the site. Some tried to approach the shipwreck, but were turned back by the sea. Hours passed, then a day, then two, and the Valencia began to break apart. The stern came off, an entire cabin sank. The survivors clung to the remains or the bare skeleton of the foredeck. Of the 173 people aboard the Valencia, only 37 survived, all men. All the women and children perished. Some drowned in the wreckage, and others were swept away by the waves that tore the ropes they had tied to their waists. The corpses of the dead were later found along the beaches, wrapped in seaweed or face down in the waves, their hands still clinging to pieces of wood. The aftermath provoked outrage. An investigation revealed that the Valencia lacked adequate salvage drills, that the crew had panicked under pressure, and that the ship was ill-equipped to travel in winter in those waters. Criticism focused on the government and shipping companies, which had long ignored warnings about the dangers of that coast. As a result of the disaster, the Canadian government began to build a series of lighthouses along the west coast of Vancouver Island, including the one at Penna Point. The trails were cleared, telegraph lines extended, and patrol cabins built to help future victims. The sacrifice of the Valencia would not be in vain, but it came too late for those who died. However, although the shipwreck disappeared from the headlines, it did not vanish from the public imagination. In the years after the sinking, strange reports emerged. Fishermen claimed to see a ghostly ship adrift in the fog, charred and shattered. And in silence, with the mast still standing and the bow pointing toward the rocks. Others recounted hearing voices in the sea, especially on stormy nights, screams of women and children, faint hymns carried by the wind. Some said they saw faces in the waves, white, with wide eyes and open mouths, in an eternal state of shock. In 1910, 4 years after the disaster, the lifeboat that had disappeared was found. It was discovered adrift in Barkley Sound, covered in barnacles, but upright and intact. Inside, there were human bones. The boat had floated silently for years, carrying its macabre cargo through the gray waters of the Pacific. The divas who visited the Valin, a shipwreck, what little was left of it, describe an overwhelming sensation of terror. The currents were unusually strong. The visibility was reduced without warning. A diver claimed to see an intact child's doll in the mud, with the porcelain face still visible through the silt, Another reported hearing knocks from inside the collapsed hull, although there was no one else nearby. To this day, the story of the Valencia and Tiburon on Vancouver Island. Locals still talk about the ghost ship that appears off the coast during storms. The hikers who travel the coastal path sometimes report hearing splashes in the darkness, but find nothing. Others have seen ghostly figures on the rocks, slowly and ceaselessly waving toward the sea. The Valencia remains one of the deadliest maritime disasters of the Pacific Northwest and, without a doubt, one of the most haunted. But more than that, it is a chilling reminder of how quickly a routine trip can become a nightmare. Of how, even within sight of land, survival is never guaranteed, and how the sea, once it claims something, does not always let go. Somewhere beyond the waves, between the undulating fog and the incessant roar of the waves, the Valencia continues to sail, if not in body, at least in memory, a shipwreck carved into the cliffs, engraved on the coast, and whispered by the wind, a ghost of fire and water, trapped forever on its last journey. Part 35. The mystery of the MV Dorazor lost in the eye of the typhoon. When it comes to the disturbing world of shipwrecks, there are stories that quickly disappear from the headlines and others that endure unfinished, unresolved, and shrouded in silence. One of those stories is that of the MV Dervish, a British bulk carrier that disappeared in 1980 during Typhoon Orchid, taking with it the 44 people on board. It was not a ship full of passengers or splendor. It was not a ship whose decks bustled with families or whose journey was destined for great fanfare. But the story of the Dervish is one of profound loss, unanswered questions, and an agonizing search for the truth that would last 2 decades. The MV Dervish was the last of a series of sister ships, known as the Bridge class, some of the largest and most modern bulk carriers of its time, with 294 meters in length and the capacity to transport more than 157,000 tons of cargo. The Dervish was built for the long haul in order to transport large loads of iron or across the most demanding seas on Earth. Its hull was resistant, its design aerodynamic, and its engineering reliable, but beneath that confidence there were defects and conditions that no plan could fully foresee. On September 11, 1980, the Dervish set sail from the port of Sepals in Quebec, Canada, bound for Kawasaki, Japan. Its cargo was iron ore, a dense, heavy, and relentless metal. Once underway, there were 42 crew members on board, along with 2 officers' wives who accompanied their husbands on the long journey. During the following weeks, the ship sailed without incident through the Atlantic, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and entered the Pacific, where the waters were calm and the crew sent routine messages. And everything seemed normal, but in early September, Typhoon Orchid began forming. Typhoons in the Pacific are born from heat and movement. What begins as a small disturbance can turn into a monstrous vortex in a matter of days. As the Dervish approached the South China Sea, Orchid had become a super typhoon with winds exceeding 240 kilometers per hour and waves of more than 15 meters. It was one of the strongest storms of the season. The Dervish was trapped near its center on September 9, 1980. The ship made its last radio contact reporting that there was nothing unusual. Then came the silence. No distress call, no salvage signal, no day. The Dervish had simply disappeared. At first, the shipping company assumed that communication had been interrupted by the storm. Days passed without any signal arriving, and search operations began. Helicopters, patrol planes, and ships searched the area of the typhoon, but the ocean had already buried its secret. No trace of the Dervish or its crew was found. 44 lives had disappeared without explanation. In the following weeks, the story struggled to gain attention. There was no sensationalist narrative, no iceberg, no collision, no last-minute mayday, just a deathly silence. Investigations were launched, but without wreckage there was little to analyze. The official investigation at the time concluded that the ship had probably been swept away by the storm and had split in 2 under the pressure. It was classified as a tragedy, but not necessarily a mystery. For the families of the missing, that was not enough. The relatives of the crew, many of them from the seafaring communities of Liverpool and its surroundings, refused to accept that such a modern and resistant ship could disappear without a trace. They organized pressure for further investigation and demanded answers. For them, it was not just about closing the case, but about preventing another tragedy. They believed that there was something more, something structural or systematic that had failed terribly. Years later, other ships were lost in mysterious circumstances. Safety regulations for bulk carriers remained virtually unchanged, but the name of the Dervish remained a rallying cry among those who demanded reform. In 1994, 14 years after its disappearance, an expedition was launched to find the wreckage using deep-sea submersibles and sonar. The team located the remains of the Dervish at almost 4,000 meters deep south of Okinawa. It had broken into several large pieces scattered across the seabed, but there were no traces of explosion, obvious collision, or signs of fire. Instead, what the researchers found left them stunned. The bow hatches had failed catastrophically. Cargo ships like the Dervish are vulnerable to stress caused by giant waves breaking against their sides. If water enters the forward holds, it can cause the ship to tilt and eventually break apart. The investigation revealed that the hatch covers of the Dervish had not withstood the onslaught of the typhoon. Under the relentless weight of the storm water, the metal joints broke, letting torrents of water into the cargo holds. Once compromised, the ship sank quickly, so quickly that no distress signal could be sent. It was a revelation that sparked widespread changes in maritime regulations. The resistance standards of the hatches were revised, and the safety of bulk carriers became a new priority for maritime agencies. The loss of the Derbyshire, long considered a tragic anecdote, became a case study that saved lives. However, even with the answers found, there remains something deeply disturbing about its fate. The divers who visited the wreckage described a deep stillness around the place. The ship lies in two main sections, twisted but recognizable, surrounded by iron and oil stretching across the ocean floor. No bodies were recovered, nor could personal effects belonging to any individual be identified with certainty. At that depth, where light does not penetrate and the pressure crushes, the Dervish's last moments remain forever sealed. Strange stories circulated among the search teams. Anomalous sonar readings, electrical interference with the submersibles. Some divers claimed to feel a kind of pressure, not physical, but emotional, when they approached the remains, as if the weight of 44 missing souls still remained in the currents. Back in Liverpool, where memorials now stand, families of the lost continue to visit their names. For them, the ship is not just a wreck, it is a tomb, a sacred place hidden in the folds of the ocean, a reminder that the sea, however modern our ships may be, is still a realm of immense power and mystery. To this day, the Dervish occupies a special place in maritime history, not because it was the largest ship ever lost under the British flag, but because its silence spoke louder than any distress signal, because its loss triggered a battle for the truth that reconfigured an industry, and because, in the end, even the deepest oceans revealed their secrets, not only as remains, but in the lessons engraved in the twisted metal and whispered through the wreckage. It sank without a scream, but its legacy roared back to the surface.